Hello, Kilted. Hello, Tom. Yes, it's a very early stream. We're kicking it off bright and early. My family is still asleep, and I'm definitely going to be waking them up with this. We're going bright and early, and we're going to go very, very long today. So welcome on in. Thanks for being here early. We'll see you just after these messages. Nektos, hello, welcome in, good to see you. We were going to be starting in just a few minutes. Thank you so much for being here bright and early. We'll catch you in just a little bit right after the ad break. We'll dive into this game jam, which I'm so excited about. Expected the game jam to be a joke. Well, you know, a joke it may be, but it is still happening, and it is real. Good to see you, Hungry. About to get a brain aneurysm. Hello. Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Are we as excited as I am? Because, boy, am I really darn excited. Oh, my goodness. If the family wasn't awake before. Oh, my heavens. How are we all doing this fine, moment in the, present? Man, I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much for joining us. Kilton Ninja, Tom Millman, Nekdos, Hungry Mongry, Ameripon, Tobuggus, and all of you other fine folks who are hanging out in the shadows. Cubus, hello as well. I know this guy who was dancing in my phone this morning. Hey, I thought we had an arrangement, Tom. You didn't tell anyone about any of that. Wait, it's today? Yes, it is today. And Tobuggus, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate you guys. Hope you're doing well. Thank you as well for your help. For those of you who don't know, Tobuggus was a big help in getting this whole... Wait, hold on. I'll give you my perspective, right? This whole Game Jam page up and running because there's, like, no documentation or anything about how to do any of it, and the error states are horrendous. So they were very helpful in getting stuff set up here. Thank you so much. Bevan Velour, one with the shadows. Shoot. Yes, and we have all sorts of bot stuff fixed up. I did a whole lot of channel maintenance late at night over the last few days on Friday and Saturday, going to bed at like 1:30 a.m., which is not the best when you have a newborn who goes to sleep at like 9. No tutorials at all, not that I could find, Cubus. Maybe just my Google Foo is weak, but yeah. Yeah, man, I'm so excited. Hey, guess what? Look, it's a game jam. We're doing a game jam today. We're starting today. Hooray, hooray. Kaloo, Kalay, what a frab-just day. Yeah, so for those of you who are unaware, this is the Fox Hollow Jam. This is a special jam. It is a jam that is devoted very primarily to skill development. You know, all game jams kind of are, but we're really trying to make a very deliberate approach at making this really valuable and productive for people. So it's going to take place over the course of 9 days, so you have a little bit of time. You don't have to invest too much into it. I actively encourage you to make something much smaller in scope than you think you might, especially if you're uncertain about how much time you can commit or how it's going to affect your family. You know, we really want the single mom with 3 kids living in New York to be able to participate in these things. So don't think you have to make anything really crazy, wide, or special, because our theme is going to orient around a human-computer interaction design principle for this jam. And really all we want to see is deliberate consideration of that principle. So polish, artistic style, all that sort of stuff, it's going to matter a whole lot less in this jam than in other jams. Additionally, we're going to be running critiques every 3 days. So on Wednesday and then on Saturday, we're going to have special critique sessions you can bring your stuff into and get some early feedback on. Now, hey, there's Wife Quest and Trevron. Hello. I think Mom can help you up. I think she's awake. Yeah, I just saw her in the chat. Yeah, I know, huh? Crazy. This, like, modern technology of life that we have. By the way, Wife Quest Kiddo coming up. Good luck. Sorry. We do have a bunch of prizes that we're going to be giving. We are sponsored by Riverwolf Games. Big thank you to Riverwolf Games, and they are fronting our grand prize, which is a whopping $100 paid via PayPal to help you get your game on Steam if you want. So that is going to be sponsored and judged by Riverwolf Games. Thank you, Riverwolf Games. We also have 4 other categories. There's going to be funniest, most unique, and most growth, and those are going to be judged by me, each with their own $25 gift card prize. And then we have Viewer's Choice, which will be a $25 prize judged by you guys by ratings on the itch.io page. Mini Jam member, that's right. So there's really good odds to win quite a lot of things. We have 15 people signed up. Genuinely, probably we'll be lucky if 5 people submit. So, you know, make sure you join in, submit. Your odds are you're going to get paid to make a game. Sundown was just talking about that on his stream yesterday. He said, guys, other game jams don't have prizes. Enter this one, probably get a prize, and then you can say, I'm a professional game developer. I got paid money to make a game. And all of those things that you will have said will be true. What's up, sweetie? You got your potty treat. Good for you, kid. Give me more than 3 days heads up. No, I know. I know this was a very short notice, but that's for a lot of reasons. And one of the main ones is that we're going to be doing these every quarter, starting up now. So if you can't make it into this one, we'll be doing another one in July. And then after July, we'll be doing another one in October. And they're all going to have really different rule sets. So this one is very heavily centered on design and like user experience and focusing in on a very specific interaction principle. The next one is not going to be that way. And then the one in October, for example, is going to be really focused on like visual effects. So we're going to be branching far and wide, once again, really targeting lots of very specific skills to try and develop. I love money. Oh, I know you do, Ameripon, and I know you're a game jam fiend. Trevor, I have to go back to work tomorrow, so I'm not sure I'll have enough time, but I might try. Hey, no worries, Trevron. No, like we said, this is about helping people to develop skill sets. So if it's something you can participate in, lovely. If not, don't stress out about it. Just love having you here and enjoying this all with you guys. Hello, Ariel over on YouTube. How's it going? Ameripon, you're jamming right now. Of course you are. Are you ever in a state of not jamming? What's the jam, asks Render Goblin. There you go. There's the link. It's what's on the page right over there. This is our Fox Hollow. Oh, wait, no, you're probably asking Ameripon, aren't you? Ameripon, you're probably in like 7 different game jams right now, right? I mean, you're always jamming. So, with all that being said, I think it is time to do the grand reveal of the theme. Our Discord members did get a sneak preview over the weekend of what the theme was going to be. So now, we're going to reveal the theme. And the theme is... Overload. The theme is overload. And the principle that this is attached to is Miller's Law. The average person can only keep 7 plus or minus 2 items in their working memory. We've talked about this one a bunch on the stream. This is not going to be a surprise for the longtime members here. But if we take a look at Miller's Law over here, this is the idea. It's about sorting information into enough sections that you can reasonably make sense of it. We've talked about this a lot with Dice Folk, right? When you have your pair of your group of 3 monsters, the enemy 3 monsters, that's 6 monsters, but they chunk it up into 2 different groups so you can kind of parse all the different abilities. You have 4 dice on your side and 3 dice on their side. Once again, 7. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possible potion options up top. You can see Miller's Law in effect in tons and tons of games. Over here in Bingle Bingle, you get up to 5 tokens to start your deck off. Anyways, we could go on and on and on and on, but that's the idea. It's choosing and affecting your design to orient yourself around how can people actually parse through the information that we're presenting to them. I think we've all played games that either present far too much or far too little information. If you go too little, then it's boring. If you go too much, it's completely overwhelming and you can't deal with it. So, that is the theme. Hello. I think I came with a pretty unusual interpretation of the Overload theme, says Ariel. Nice. I can't wait to see it. yeah, so get creative, right? This is a theme, and we do want it to tie into that principle, but you don't have to just like say the principle is the theme. You know, go a little wide, go crazy, go wacky. It is a game jam. This is the time to do risky experiments, right? One of the really big things when you are learning how to be commercially viable with a product is you start to identify when is it time to experiment and when is it time to play it safe. And game jams are 100% one of those times to go crazy, risky, and wild and do something outrageously weird. Because you never know where it's going to take you. And even if you way overshoot it on weirdness, you can see, okay, that was really weird, but like people found this little nugget of interesting in there. And we think we can deliver on that. And that's when you start dialing in on it. So, early stream. Yes, it is an early stream. We're doing the Game Jam theme reveal, Foolbox. Ariel, unfortunately, I'm all alone in this jam. Really? That's a bummer. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I know it's a bummer because I know you wanted a team. As a reminder, we do have the Game Jam LFG channel up in Discord. I think Aubrey and Ariel have posted in there. They're both very talented developers. They would be great to team up with at any point. And this submission page is going to remain open over the course of the 9 days. I do need to make one quick note, though, with our prize categories. We do have most growth. That's going to be judged by me. But in order to be eligible for it, you have to present in one of the critiques. And when I say present in the critiques, you have to be present in one of the critiques. And when I say be present in one of the critiques, I really mean have your stuff in one of the critiques. We do have a Google form. I'm going to post it in the chat now, or in the Discord now, and I'll put it in chat too. Why not? This is the link you can use to sign up for a critique. You don't have to necessarily be present. If you're not going to be present, though, you do need to let me know where to send the video so that you can receive your critique. Critiques are one of the most foundational ways to improve upon art. It is the bedrock of any creative discipline, and it's vital that we know how to give and receive and solicit great critiques. So, the only way I'll be able to judge greatest growth is if you are present in one of those, because otherwise I don't have like a start and an end point. I just have like an end point, and I don't know any of you well enough, tragically, to really judge that without that beginning point. So if you want to be eligible for the $25 gift card, make sure you sign up for the critique stream. This one is for Wednesdays. After Wednesday, we'll get another link up for Saturday. Okay, won't be participating. I need a little break. I know you have been grinding and as they say with my neighbors to the south, chambeando really hard recently, Foolbox. You got this. Okay. My goodness, we do have ads starting in just a little bit. So, I am going to run those ads. That will be the end of our Game Jam reveal part of the stream. And then after that, we're going to do a really long stream today because it's the start of the Game Jam and I'm just incredibly excited about it. So we are going to, after these ads, we're going to jump into designing my Game Jam submission. I'm going to do this all live. I'm going to go from very beginning of the ideation and concept all the way through until, it's done. And hopefully I'm going to capture as much as possible on stream. We'll definitely do all the design on stream today because we're going for a very long time today. This is actually going to be in direct response to one of our YouTube polls. If you're not on our YouTube channel, every now and again I make community posts kind of asking and getting a feel for how people are dealing with their game development process. And one of the questions I asked recently was, what is the biggest obstacle for you to build games? And the thing that somebody answered with incredibly surprised me, and this is actually the one that got the most upvotes as well. They said their biggest struggle is coming up with ideas, which blows my mind because I am the prototypical idea guy. They said that they just get excited about coding, they start building out menus and make a character move around, and then realize, wait a minute, I don't know what I'm actually like trying to build. And so they just stop. And I'm like, how are you not bursting with ideas? So we're going to go through how I generate ideas, which is not going to be the way that it's going to work for everyone. But maybe something in observing me do this will help other people kind of understand see something they can hook into to help generate ideas for themselves. I'm an idea guy. Give me money. That's right. Sales and review rage are the serious critique. You know, that's the biggest thing. Like, coming into this field after leaving UX, it blows my mind how bad we all are at understanding humans. I mean, it really astounds me, because you look at data analytics all day, and if you're on YouTube and stuff, it's like, oh, well, this has a great click-through rate. This must be a great video. And it's like, you don't know why anyone's clicking through. You're just making guesses based on external behaviors that you're viewing, but you don't know if, like, you can really determine the root cause. I mean, we could talk about big data all day long. And oh my gosh, there's so much that I'm just astounded by. That'll be a stream for another day. I have too many ideas. Time is my issue. Yeah, I'm the same way, Tabuckus. And I think most game designers are. And I think you see that particularly like in the tabletop game industry, board games. I don't see that actually, weirdly enough, as much in video games. Because Cubis, adding a hat. Your wish is my command. I think game dev kind of draws in a lot more of that analytical programming side. Robotech, hello, welcome in, welcome in. And so they kind of have a different problem. So I'm fascinated by it. I want to sit down and interview people and chat with them and get their experiences and learn about them so I can help out in any way that I can. That is the whole goal of this whole charitable enterprise, is making sure that we're helping people as much as we can to develop their skill sets to enter the game industry. And the Game Jam is a big part of that. So with that being said, we're going to jump into ads. As soon as the ads are done, we're going to jump into design. And we're going to talk about ideation and coming up with ideas and how do we iterate through things in an efficient manner. So with that, thank you so much for joining us, everyone. What a wonderful, wonderful morning. I love being here with all of you. My heart is pumping. I'm so excited. And I'm thrilled to be kicking off this jam with all of you. Genuinely can't wait to see what you all produce. With that, we will catch you in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Boom. Okay, welcome back. Let's dive on in here. And someday I'll be a professional streamer. Oh my goodness. Okay. So. Nerkmind! Hello! How are you today? How are the rats? How are the sewers? How's the networking? Ariel, so if someone wants to get to the Wednesday's critique, it's the day after tomorrow. Will they even be able to get a prototype done by that time? They may not. But the point is, we're forcing the critique really early to get people out of that mindset of I have to show a prototype. So if you click into the Google form, you'll see there's different sections for what level of fidelity that you'll be bringing to the critique. And it could be a prototype, could be a finished concept, but it's going to be all about, going all the way up to just, I have some vague ideas and I want to brainstorm with people. You can bring that sort of thing to a critique. But it's got to, the earlier you can bring things in and get more thoughts on it, usually the better it's going to be, as long as you can do it in a structured environment with people that you trust, right? You don't want to do design by committee. That's not good. But we really want to incentivize that concept of bringing people into things earlier than we are comfortable with, because that is a big problem we have as game developers, where we say, oh, it's not ready yet. I'll show you in 6 months when it's all done, and then it's too late. It's too late to change. So yeah, you can bring just vague concepts. You can bring your game design document. You can bring anything that you'd like. So can't be a professional without an overlay, says Foolbox. You are dead right. And that may be the project I start working on after this game jam, because I've been getting jealous of y'all good overlay teams. Nurkmine, all of that and good. I'm glad to hear it, Nurkmine. Good to see you. It's a party in here. It is a party in here. We got the biggest parties. We have the best party guests, the most attractive boxes that you've ever seen stream. So, with that being said, let's talk ideation, right? Let's talk themes. So, everything that I'm going to say here today, hold on, let me start a stream marker here. Because I want to turn this into a YouTube video for my friend on YouTube who posted about this, and my friends who upvoted that, on how to come up with ideas for games instead of just like building a bunch of stuff and then realizing you don't have it. Okay. So, building a game, let's say you're building a game and you get your menus built out and you have a character running around, maybe doing one or two things, a couple of mechanics. And then you realize, I don't actually know what I'm building. This isn't really a game. First off, I recognize that can be very disheartening, and I want to express empathy and say, I get it. Second off, I also want to say, if you're at that point, congratulations, because that means you are recognizing that you have some taste in what makes a good game. And instead of just making something and falling in love with it and saying, everyone's gonna love this because I love it so much, look how gorgeous it is, look at the pictures of my baby, look at the 18-page fold out in my wallet, you're recognizing, this isn't very good. And that's a very crucial skill as a designer. So congratulations, you're on the right track. Second off, creativity is something that can be trained, and it is something that everybody is born with. Absolutely everyone is born with differing levels of creativity. And for a lot of us, it gets nurtured, and for a lot of us, it does not get nurtured. There's a great talk by David Kelly, I believe, one of the founders of IDEO. What's his name? IDEO founder. What's his name? Yeah, David Kelly. It is David Kelly. Yeah. By the way, look at this man. Hold on. Look at this man. Look at that. Does that not look like the kooky, wild inventor that lives in that house that nobody ever goes to in his garage with like lightning shooting out of it every now and again? That's the guy. Okay, so this guy said everyone is creative and everyone loves drawing until they're about like 6 years old. And then they realize, oh, shoot, you love drawing too, sweetie? Yeah, I love drawing too. And then they realize, oh, shoot, little Becky over and on the next row over in class draws better than I do. I guess I can't draw. And then you're not creative anymore. And that lasts for like ever until you decide, I'm going to change this. I can draw? Yeah? On my iPad, I can draw. Am I good at drawing? Well, thank you. There you go. See, there's the encouragement from the 3.5-year-old themselves. From the mouth of babes come the biggest of truths, right? That dude is who I want to be. I love it. Becky. It's always Becky, isn't it? Becky or Jessica. So, the thing I want to drill in more than anything else is that your creativity is a muscle and it can be exercised. And there are structured exercises we can actually do to improve that muscle. This is a thing that we have kind of figured out to a certain degree. We haven't necessarily figured out creativity in and of itself, but we have figured out pretty good ways to stimulate and provide environments where creativity can be fostered. It even goes back all the way to the early Greeks with their eudaimonia machines. Ooh, we could talk about eudaimonia machines a lot too. That'd be fun. Level Up Design, good morning, buddy. How was your weekend? It was frabjous. Thank you so much for asking, Level Up Design. So good to see you in here. I haven't been able to catch very many of your streams recently, and I apologize about that. I haven't had very much time recently. Everything's been going into this game jam prep, but I hope everything is going well and that your level design exploits are just doing great. I loved that YouTube video you produced the other day. That was awesome. Other day, probably other week at this point. Oof. Yeah. Okay. So, one of the biggest principles for me about creativity, actually, before we jump into that, let me just say, everything I'm going to talk about here today is what I have learned for me. And you are going to be very different, right? For the people that are on YouTube saying, I have struggles coming up with ideas, your brain probably works very different from mine because ideas are the last thing I have problems coming up with. So, if what I'm talking about here today, you try, or you look at and you say, I don't know, that doesn't really sound for me, that's reasonable. That's okay. The important thing is not necessarily the specific steps that I go through, but pay attention to what is happening in the background. Pay attention to, how I have figured out what works for my brain and how I've learned to chase after it, because that's what it's going to take. It may be harder for you. It should be a little bit different based on the individual. But if you can find what your brain likes and you can give that to it, you will be off to the races. There will be nothing that can stop you. So, for me, the biggest part of creativity, we're going to do a big reveal here. Constraints. Constraints are the number one most important thing for me in any design process. If the world is my oyster and I have a blank sheet of paper, I will never make anything. I just can't. I need constraints. This is something that I saw, probably decades ago in a talk given by one of the programmers on Spore. That dude said that they didn't want to give tons of freedom for the character creator. I mean, they wanted to give tons of freedom, but they didn't want unlimited freedom. They wanted enough freedom to be stimulating, but with enough restraints. Here we go. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. No! Go away. Let me try that again. Open image in new tab. There we go. They wanted enough constraints that it would still foster that sense of creativity. And that has stuck with me ever since, and I believe it. I rely on it. I relied on it for my 10 years as a product designer. If you're just doing something greenfield, you're not going to be able to come with ideas very well. In my experience, you may be different. All right, delete that. Okay. Work inside a box. It helps a lot. Genuinely. Yeah. Oh man, we gotta talk about eudaimonia machines someday. It's a fascinating thing. Okay. It sounds like one of those weird conspiracy theories, ancient civilizations had advanced technology. No, it's not. It's nothing like that. It's just fascinating insights into human psychology by early Stoic philosophers and the attempts they made to unlock the human brain. It's really cool stuff. Okay, so constraints. Constraints are key. So that's why in game jams, you always have a theme. Themes build a constraint automatically, right? 1 second. What's up, sweetie? but you can go find Mom if you want. Okay. Love you. All right. So theming is a big constraint. We do have our constraint. We have overload with Miller's Law, right? That's a constraint, right? Now you can start to think about data points, or overload itself might spark an idea. We've had some people in chat say they've come up with a really interesting take on that concept of overload. A lot of the times that might not be enough though. So next up, we need to start considering external restraints. For me, things that I get to thinking about are like, what is my timeline? What do I have to build? And then I have, what are my resources? Right? So how long do I have to build, and what do I have available to build? For me, I've got 9 days to build this game jam, and the resources are me and whatever game engine that I pick. In this case, it's Godot, so which I'm still learning and I'm really bad at. So I'm seeing, holy cow, not a lot of either of these. These are both going to be pretty rough for me. Okay. Next up, what are some more constraints that I can try and funnel in? Roadmap. I've done one game jam in the past. It was eye-opening. I spent the entire 2 weeks of the Pirate Software Jam cramming in as much functionality as I could, trying to build this vision of something that I thought was going to be really, really cool. And it was really cool. It got received very well, and the team did a really great job pulling it off. But it came at a cost, which was it wasn't polished, just in the slightest. And I swore in that moment, after seeing everyone, not everyone, but like the vast majority of comments, and including the judges, saying, hey, this was really hard to get into. I realized the UX was bad, and as a product designer of 10 years, that felt deeply insulting to myself. So I said, I'm not going to do that again. So I swore then and there that I was going to have a new roadmap for any game jam I participated in. Now, this is just going to be my roadmap. It doesn't have to be your roadmap. Once again, we've talked about the game jam theme and how polish isn't going to matter nearly as much on this game jam as other game jams. We're not looking for like a finished product here, right? We want conceptualized. We want that Miller's Law and the intentionality around it to really shine through, so we can develop that language to discuss a design meaningfully and be discussing the same things together. In the book Rules of Play, they say one of the biggest handicaps for ludology right now is that there's just not a consistent language for people to use. So we're trying to help support that. Okay. So the roadmap I came up with is the first third of a project. First third is gameplay and mechanics. Are we getting this all MVP, right? This is our MVP. This is our minimum viable product. So this is boxes on a screen. Are they doing the things that we need them to do? Kind of proof of concept style. And then the second third is going to be building in usability. Tom Millman adding the hat. What's with the hat? Want another one? I do want another hat. How did you know? My head was feeling too cold and light. Hold on. Let me get Cthulhu's eyes correct here. All right, there we go. Thank you, Tom, for the extra hat. I'm feeling much more clothed now. So, usability. Spend a full third trying to get to... Whoa! Where did we get taken to, whiteboard? Here we go. Second third is usability. Let me put these in bullets. There we go. So this is going to include stuff like tutorials. It's going to include refining the UI flows, all that sort of stuff. And then when we are feeling good in terms of flows and people can get into it, making sure that it is learnable and playable, then we move into the third phase, which is going to be third equals polish. This is where we start bringing in visuals, VFX, find final audio, focusing on feel, right? Focusing on feel. That's our big deal right there in that last third. So for the context of this jam, what I'm looking at is what can I build in Godot, which I don't know very well yet, completely by Wednesday. So all of a sudden, my ambitions zero in a whole bunch, right? Cthulhu explaining game design. There we go. You got it. So let's kind of think about that for a sec, right? I only have very limited time, right? I'm married. I have 2 kids. Got a house. I need to make sure that all of those things are getting a time and attention. I've got dogs. I've got all sorts of business development stuff I've got to do outside of the stream. I have to line up a sponsor for our Q3 game jam, although we did get a sponsor lined up for our Q4 game jam, which I'm very excited about. More coming about that after July's game jam. It's going to be a good time. You're definitely going to want to be in on that one. We landed a big one. I don't know how it happened, but I'm very excited. It's rad. I'm very excited, but I don't have very much time. And although we're doing a very long stream today, and we're going to try to do long streams the rest of the week, I don't know how much I'm going to be able to do during the week. So this is a huge constraint for me. So I now start going back to what are some things that I know I can do? What are things that I know I can do quickly? And you can see I'm not talking themes yet. I'm not talking like, oh, I want to build a fantasy dungeon crawler, even though that may be in the back of my head. I am really trying to evaluate what are the realities of this project and how do I get it loaded up in my brain correctly. So much of good, effective brainstorming is visualizing information, getting it out of your head and into a space that you can physically manipulate or digitally manipulate, somewhere you can see, so that it can actually live in your brain a little bit better. Mothman Centaur, hello, welcome in. Good to see you, friend. Good to see you. Hey, we did the whole Game Jam big theme reveal. By the way, it's Overload, Miller's Law. For those of you who are in the Discord, you got a little preview of that over the weekend. So we're diving in and talking how I come up with ideas for design, because I did a YouTube poll and to see, you know, what are the biggest troubles you have with game development. And the thing that got upvoted the most, which was really surprising to me, is coming up with ideas. So we're talking how I do that. Hopefully something in here will be helpful for other people to kind of define, oh, maybe I can try this, maybe I can try that, or none of that really works for me, but like I see what he's doing here and maybe I can come up with something that will work for me based off of that. So welcome on in, Mothman. It is great to see you. So things that I've learned I can do very quickly, just through my various little projects that I've done. Clicking and mouse movement are really quick and easy to do. Really quick and easy to do. Bitlytic, is it any interpretation of overload, or specifically in relation to Miller's Law? Yeah, so it is any interpretation to it. You can, overload is the theme. The principle that we're trying to drive at is Miller's Law. So if we go down to like our judging criteria, the number one criteria, can you actually run the game? Is it going to just crash out as soon as we load it up? Then we can't judge it. But next up is theme implementation. To what extent does the game incorporate and explore the theme? So if you have a really cool take on overload, that's great. And I need to build this out a little bit more now that we're talking about it. Thank you for bringing this up, Cubus, or not Cubus, Bitlytic. And thank you for that link, Cubus, as well, though. If all you have is a unique take on the idea of overload or bring that in a clever way, that's great, but it's not necessarily what we're looking for this jam specifically. We really want to see an application of Miller's Law in some way. We want some intentionality around it, right? So you can either lean in and say, I'm going to present the perfect amount of information on screen and do it in a very nice, clever way, kind of like how we were talking about how Dice Folk does it, where they have a ton of information on the screen at any one given point, but they chunk it all together, kind of like a phone number does, and you can parse all that information out, but each of these individual layers kind of adheres to Miller's Law. Or you can say, I'm going to just overload the player. We're going to present so much information. We're going to do so much that it's wildly difficult to go with it. So that's really what we're going to be looking for the kind of grand prize category. Yeah. Let me know if that didn't make any sense, because I do ramble. So basically, yeah, run wild with overload, but we are hoping to see intentionality with the design principle. Yeah. So, clicking and mouse movement are things that you can do pretty quickly and easily in game engines. I have many times lamented that I did not build Cursor Blade, because, geez, that seems like such a great idea and something you could build really quick. Of course, that's minimizing the team that worked on Cursor Blade, and there's a whole lot more that goes into it than just moving the cursor. But, in any case, random numbers. I've gotten kind of okay at this. I've done a decent amount of like spawning things in, thanks to my work on Rescue. I've done a lot of like dice-related stuff, and at least in GameMaker, and I have to imagine it's the same thing here in Godot, that like making a random number is just as simple as saying like random, and then within this range, and then you get a random number. So that's pretty quick. I know how to do that. Notice how we can make another category here. Things I know I can't do quickly, right? These are things for me to avoid. These are things I don't want to be doing. So things I know I can't do quickly, platforming. Although Godot may be changing that. I want to stay away from platforming like the plague, because I'm not good at building that yet. I know I can't do that very quickly. Things I know I can do quickly. I think I can do cards fairly quickly. I've had some experience building cards, and I've started to see how I can like start using data structures to build them dynamically and have that be pretty easy to iterate on. I think I can do that fairly fast. Things I know I can't do quickly, once again, are like animations. So I'm not going to have a game that is going to rely heavily on animations in order to convey information to the player, because it's just like, I don't think I'm going to be able to crank that out in 3 days, you know? And especially if those animations are going to be a key part of gameplay, like if you're doing attack patterns and you have to dodge through different attacks and stuff, that's way beyond my skill set right now. 3D modeling so slow. Hey, Merlin! Yes, jam time! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see ya. Ariel, well, now that I know there will be a critique on Wednesday, I'm going to be speedrunning a prototype now. Okay, best of luck. I'm excited to see what it is. And like I said, you don't have to bring in a prototype. It doesn't have to be fully functioning if it is a prototype, right? It can be a game design document. It could be ideas on a napkin. The important part is that we're bringing something in quickly and early to get feedback on it when it's easier to change direction. The more time you invest in a project, the harder it is to change the direction of that project, right? Bring it in early, you can change quickly. Are you going to have a things I'd like to learn list? Asks Foolbox. That's a good idea. Ameripon, do it. Challenge yourself. I do want to challenge myself, but I'm at the point in my game dev journey right now that just building anything is a challenge. Especially doing it in Godot, right? Is a used napkin okay? It is it is totally okay. Bonus points for the most exotic food stains you can find. You gotta clarify food stains. So let's do that, Foolbox. I like that idea. Things I want to learn. So primary for me is Godot. I want to learn Godot. This is the whole purpose of me participating in this jam is I want to learn Godot. I was inspired by Progs, who we interviewed at the end of the previous Pirate Software Jam, and he made Escape the Darkness, I think it was called, that cute little game with the little crow running from the shadows and picking up candles and walking through them. And he said he did this because he wanted to learn Godot, and he learned Godot, and he felt very good about it. I was like, okay, I'm going to be inspired by you. I'm going to go do that. So I want to learn that. I would like to get a little bit better at some pixel art. I haven't really done pixel art. I'd like to dip my toe into that for this, which is another big part of why I'm really reserving this last third for polish, right? And frankly, if I can learn Godot and pixel art, that'll be pretty good. But then the last one that will be really good for me is refining my roadmap template. When I went into my last game jam, I didn't have a roadmap template. It was just kind of like we got together with the team and said, these are a lot of cool ideas. Let's go for it. And then at the end, I realized, no, I think having some sort of boilerplate expectations would be really helpful and healthy. So I want to try out this first, third, second, third thing and see how that goes. See if that gives me enough time. I hope it will. I really hope it will. I think that it will lead to a much higher quality product. But we'll see. We'll see, especially if I can pull it off just completely by myself. So I'm looking at all this and I'm seeing, okay, I want to do these things. I want to avoid these things. I'd like to get some practice in these things. I'd like to add audio to this list, but frankly, speaking realistically, I think I've got enough on my plate right now with this. Okay. So, where do we go from here? I'm going to take these things. I'm going to bring them down here. We're going to make them small. We're going to bring in the spacing so they're a little more easy to see. So we're looking for clicking, mouse movement, random numbers, cards, Godot, pixel art, and refine my roadmap template. These are my guiding North Stars. This is the things I want to look for. And what I'm going to start doing now is I'm going to start building information into my brain by doing some brainstorming. And by brainstorming, what I really mean is something called lightning demos. This is a concept that I came across in Jake Knapp and Braden Zaratsky, I think is the name of the author. Their book Sprint. And I really love Sprint. It did a lot of really cool things. It's Braden Cowitz and John Zaratsky. That's what it is. Yeah. Sprint is about developing software products and having a week-long, highly focused experimentation phase where you build a prototype after kind of getting everyone's information out on a whiteboard, and you build a prototype and you test it. And then at the end of that week, you have a lot of learnings on what works and what doesn't work. And that sounds a lot like a game jam, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Oh, hello. Hello, little one. Oh, you found your way down to the office. Welcome in. He's Batman. Yes, he is Batman. Oh, my goodness. Kind of sounds like a cookie clicker to me, says Foolbox. Could be. Do check out Sprite for pixel art tool with the best UX for it, in my opinion. I am planning on checking out Sprite. Unfortunately, I don't have money for it right now, and I didn't pick it up when it was on sale, which I should have. So I may be doing Libre Sprite or Pixel Studio or something like that. I don't know. We'll have to check that out. Right. The thing I was referring to with Sprint is their concept of lightning demos, where everyone grabs different things that they like, that they think solve the problem, that are not necessarily related to this industry. So for an example, I was at an agency once and I was working on a product that they were building that a client was building, and it was some sort of acidy sort of electrolyte type sort of drink to help athletes with their muscle cramps. And they had some success in that market, and they realized, well, wait a minute, I think we can probably expand this into menstrual cramping. And so they came to us looking for a website to build out a good UX website for their menstrual cramping product. And I'm curious to see how many views go down while I talk about this. And some of the lightning demos that I found for their project were like Ford Trucks' website, because they were solving a similar problem when we boiled it down to how do we have these very different products live in sort of the same space. And Gillette shaving as well was another one that was very different products, very different customers, and they even had the men's and the women's sections and everything, and we were able to bring that all together in an interesting way. Sprite is free if you build it from GitHub. Oh, really? You can compile the full version of Sprite from the official GitHub repository. There's even a guide and tutorial on how to do it. Wow, and for non-commercial products, it's completely fine to use. Wow, that's cool. Just like Terraria, it's very worth the full price. I bet. I'm sure it is. I I don't have a paycheck coming in right now. So so kind of every little purchase matters. Little one. I had to run to the store at the middle of the night last night to get you some more formula because we ran out. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go try and find some games that I think hit these beats. Godot, maybe not quite so much, but like, it'd be good to know if something was built in Godot to see, hey, this can be built in it. But then again, I've been burned on that in GameMaker, saying like, oh, Hyperlight Drifter was made in GameMaker. It's like, yeah, it was, but I mean, how much of it was custom built, right? So, I talked about this game already, but I'm gonna grab Cursor Blade, copy image, bring it in. We'll just shrink that up. Boop, 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 boop. Oh. Got 2 of them. This is Cursor Blade. It's absolutely phenomenal. I haven't actually played it though, but it looks really good on YouTube. And has been great. Cursor Blade is made in Godot? No, I have no idea what Cursor Blade was made in. I have no idea. Let me actually see if we can figure that out. Let's go to Video Game Insights and go to Cursor Blade. There we go. Developed by Real Peach. Do we have an engine? Doesn't look like it. But they've made like close to $100,000 just on Steam. That's not bad. What engine was Cursor Blade made in? I know that there's like a big troll going around Steam leaving terrible, terrible reviews on all Godot games, and I don't know how they figure that out. I don't know how they figure out what engine it's built in. All right, there you go. I don't know. I can't seem to find it out. SteamDB says GameMaker. That makes perfect sense, Cubus, if it is. Because while I was building Rescue in GameMaker, I was like, this would be so easy to build. Cursor Blade would be so easy to build in GameMaker. Like, it would be so easy to build in GameMaker. Foolbox, not bad. That's enough money to work on a game for a year. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Can I send in the link for the Asprite install guide? Yeah, absolutely, Merlin. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So there's Cursor Blade. That's a big inspiration, right? Some other games that I think are really interesting that kind of hit these beats. We played one on the stream here. Yes. Behold Battle. Let me grab this. Hold on. Behold Battle. We played this on stream. It's literally just a guessing game. It's literally all it is. You have 2 options. You choose who will win. If you win, you go to the next round. If you don't, you lose a life. If you lose all your lives, you lose the game. That's the whole game. It's the entire thing. And it's pretty cool. So I'm going to bring in Behold Battle because I think that is another good showcase of like just clicking, just doing mouse movement, random numbers sort of a thing. Let's see. Brotato and Dome Keeper are Prime Godot games. Yes. Window Kill also joins in now. Oh, very cool. You know, I've seen Window Kill around, but I haven't like looked into it very much. And Cassette Beasts. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you, Merlin. If you have any questions, drop me a DM on Discord. Thank you so much. I'm pulling that up. Maybe we'll take a look at that during a break and we'll try and get it running today or something. So there's that. There's also let's grab some more lightning demos here. We've got oh hey guy. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, hold on. We may need to take a quick ad break because it's almost ad time anyway. But this guy might be a little bit hungies. Or maybe just a pacifier will work. We'll just get the mute button in. But we do have ads coming up anyways, so be aware. Oops. You lost it. You lost it. I think something like... what is it? Luck Be a Landlord. Luck Be a Landlord could be another decent one. If we open the store page. Hey, guy. Oh, that's a big smile. You're getting to that point where you're actually smiling now. That's very exciting. You're not just an eating pooping machine. Hi. All right, so we'll grab that image. Luck be a landlord. Not the highest production values ever. Still works, right? All right. Shrink that in. Oh, here we go. Okay. E-Ball was also made in Godot. I don't know what E-Ball is. What's E-Ball? E-Ball game. The first one that comes up is a Board Game Geek. Is it E-Ball or Eyeball? I'm not getting anything. That's got to be a typo, right? Skill unlocked, smiling. There you go, Tom. Yes. That's the survival instinct kicking in. That's the please don't kill me. I know I've been keeping you awake all night for several months now. Look how cute I am. I'm worth keeping around. I'm worth the resource drain. Oh, luck be a landlord. Oh, okay. Thanks, Cubus. I didn't know that was made in Godot. That's very cool. Okay. What are some other games that kind of fit this simple, like, click-based? Okay, so here's another good one. Let me bring this up. Wish I had a better flow for doing this. Dicey Dungeons. Dicey Dungeons would be another really good one as an inspiration. Okay. There we go. Shrink that in. Okay. And then, you know, I have another one coming to mind, which is Dungeon Crawl? Or Dungeon Claw? Where is this? I know I have it in my library here. Oh, weird. It's not wanting to show up. How very strange. Well, there's more than one way to do this. Dungeon Crawler. Yeah, it's right here. Okay. Dungeon Crawler. I've been kind of fascinated by this one for a while. It's a little indie game that the demo came out a little bit ago. It's in early access, coming out in Q3. So it's pretty early, but I've been seeing a couple of videos on it. I've been playing around with it on my Steam Deck. It's pretty fun and interesting. And there's something about the idea that, like, you can see all of these items are in your claw machine, and you pick them up with the claw, and that does your dungeon crawling. And there's something interesting to me about that idea of, like, all of the items in your deck coming down, right, and being present and available to you, and now it's just kind of a dexterity game. I'm really liking that concept. Buckshot Roulette. What? Buckshot Roulette. Itch on itch. Oh, and on Steam. Play Russian roulette with a 12-gauge shotgun. 2 enter, 1 leaves. Oh my goodness. Roll the dice with your life. Good luck. Wow. So this is very much like, in terms of visual sort of formatting, very similar to Inscription. Oh, we were in ads. Darn it. We're in ads. Hold on. We'll be back. I gotta take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Ha ha. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Let's see. Let's catch up on chat here for a second. This is the hardest part for me, says Robotech. What, the ideation? That's why we're doing this. That's why we're doing this. Persistent Meow has followed. Thank you so much for the follow, Persistent Meow. Inscription also started as a game jam, I think. And Ludum Dare. Wow, I had no idea. And Bitlytic, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you, Bitlytic. This is really interesting. Oh my goodness. So there you go. Buckshot Roulette. Let's see, what else? I want to do some sort of like match 3 game, you know, like just a match 3 game. Is there anything in here that like is standing out that I would recognize and be able to automatically conceptualize? Oh, this is like what we're looking at. Whatever. We'll just go here. This actually looks kind of interesting. I like the like different like sections, and it looks like there's like environmental obstacles and stuff. Let's definitely bring that in, because that's really interesting. So we've got our lightning jams here. We got 6. That's decent enough to start with. We may go get more if we feel we're really needing some more inspiration. But from these, I'm going to take some sticky notes. I'm going to write down what are like the main ideas, right? What are the principal ideas that I can steal? Persistent Meow, hello. Welcome on in. We are doing the design phase for my submission for our game jam. As a quick reminder, my submission will not be eligible for any of the category prizes. But, yeah, we do have a game jam. We're starting up here today, the Fox Hollow Game Jam. So welcome on in. It's very exciting to be here with you. And I also have my 1.5-month-old son. So if you hear crying, that's not just my soul weeping at my bank account. It is also my son. So we're going to, okay, guy. Come here. Oh. What are the main ideas that we have here? So, like, the character is a cursor from Cursor Blade. Character is a cursor. We have betting. We talked a lot when we streamed Behold Battle how betting is like a really powerful mechanic. We have dexterity-based deck management, which I think is really interesting. We have random roulette for scoring, I guess. Oh, guy. What's our problem here right now? Yeah, I know. You've got really bad gas, huh? You kind of struggle. Do you want to say hi to chat? You want to say hi? Say hello. Hi. Hi. Can you say, I'm Batman? Can you say, where are the other drugs going? What do you think? Is that gonna work? Okay. All right, back to game design. Marius Works, thank you for the jam link. Good to see ya. Good to see ya, Marius Works. And then we have dice are actions from the lovely Dicey Dungeon. Dice are actions. And then we have kind of a board state of randomized elements. And then we have just clicking on those elements. Okay. Oh. Should we try the carrier? This is not working very well, is it? Hold on. Oh, there you go. Hold on, I'm going to mute while he's crying for just a second. We'll be right here. Whoops. All right, here we go. These all seem to be very roguelike oriented. Nice. Yeah, I like roguelikes a lot. And in my opinion, roguelikes are going to be kind of the next RPG in terms of how RPG mechanics kind of invaded every facet of gaming. I think roguelikes are going to be the next thing to do that. I think there's just a lot of power in how they randomize things and provide reused content in the same way in new and interesting combinations that is very compelling. So it's a very cost-effective way to build a retaining experience. They already seem to be. They're definitely getting there, right? I mean, Deathloop was a big AAA roguelike, but I think we're going to be seeing even more and more and more. Desist Dawdling, I thought you were streaming later. Morning, good to see you, and so hyped for this jam. Thank you so much, Desist. Yes, I am as well. It's a special edition of the stream, very early, very long. We're going to be going like until our normal end time today, so we're going to be going for a while. Maybe that's just my bubble, says Cubus. I mean, once you start seeing like roguelike stuff in an EA game or something, you know, that's when you start knowing, okay, like the suits are starting to notice this is profitable. And that's a big deal. Okay. So these are our main concepts that we have. Let me drag our section out to be a bit bigger. These are our main... Whoa, that was too much. Our main concepts we're kind of looking at. So, what are some ways that we think we can kind of remix these, randomize them, and come up with something a little bit interesting? And looking at this, I'm kind of starting to think... a couple of different ideas. Especially when we talk about like the von Restorff effect and how powerful that's been for Balatro. Once again, von Restorff effect being about how dissimilar things draw attention if they are also in a familiar context. So Balatro is poker, but this really trippy, weird roguelike, right? If it were just some random card game and they replaced poker with their own stuff, probably wouldn't have been anywhere near as popular, to be frank. It was very memorable because of its tie to poker. I don't want a suit roguelike. I know. I hear you, but I mean, that's how you know, right? That's how you know when they're willing to start betting millions and millions of dollars on it. That's how you know. So, ideas. One thought I had was bingo. Bingo roguelike. I don't know what that would be, but it's interesting. Another thought could be having some sort of like leaning into the dexterity side of things, having a bunch of elements drop from the screen, drop click, I'll call it, where you have kind of like a Tetris screen, and you have your blocks coming down, but instead of them being blocks you sort, you have to click on the things that you want, and the different elements are like, you know, attack, defense, and it's like a dungeon crawler. Attack, defense, etc. for click targets. So instead of landing on the bottom and accumulating, they just fall straight through. So you have to manually click on things, and there could be like a timer to say this is how much time you have, click on everything that you can. I think that could be kind of interesting. Bingo. Okay. Desist Dawdling, thank you so much for continuing that sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Desist Dawdling, you're great. Love seeing you in here. Hope you and the kiddo are amped up and ready to do some cool stuff together. Also Peglin, the Peglin Pachinko roguelike. Yes. Oh, Pachinko. That was the other thing I was thinking of. Pachinko. That could be kind of fun. Like maybe where the ball is your character, right? And maybe like the pegs are the different stats. So like you try and hit your cluster of attack stats over here that you've built out. That could be kind of fun. Nodes are stats. Okay. We've been brainstorming all weekend. I love it. That's so exciting. Okay. So we've got 3 different ideas here. I think of these, The ones that are calling the most to me, and just in terms of like, what do I actually want to build, are this drop click and this pachinko thing. I like that idea of both of them. Pachinko has a little bit more von Restorff effect, which is nice, but I'm kind of getting more excited about drop click. Weirdly enough. I think I'd have to do less work with physics, which is nice. Physics is definitely one of those things I should say I can't do very quickly. Intense physics. And I think Godot is going to make that a lot easier for me. I just don't want to take that risk in betting an entire project on it, right? Although, you know, once again, game jams are a time to be risky and to do weird, wacky, crazy stuff. I feel like I'm already doing enough weird, wacky, crazy stuff in learning Godot. So I think for me, that leaves drop click as our winner. Da-da-da-da! So now I'm going to take this and I'm going to bring it back to the theme. Let me grab it from our Game Jam page here. And I'm just going to screenshot this. Bloop. So, overload Miller's Law. So, I'm just going to start writing down a bunch of thoughts I have. And this is going to be just totally off the cuff, top of my head. I'm not going to filter anything. It's just going to be a bunch of game ideas that come to mind when I pair these things together in my head. How does Godot work? Like, where's the stupid settings menu? I've been looking for like 5 months because it says I need it in the tutorial, but I can't find it for the life of me. Persistent meow. I'm so sorry. For me, I go to like project and then project settings in the upper left. Hold on. But I am not a Godot genius. And what settings are you trying to find? So if we go up here, project settings, right? And that gets you all that sort of stuff. If you're following a tutorial though, I'm going to assume that you maybe already saw something like that and that is not what you're looking for. So game ideas. Thank you, Cubus. Appreciate that. Thank you. So I think Miller's Law, and I think, okay, it could be fun to like really overload the player with choices, right? Have like a very wide field that all of these symbols are dropping down and they have to kind of like sort through. And it could be fun to kind of play around with Hicks and Fitts Law, where they say the more decisions that there are available to someone, the slower they will be. Like if you're ever at a restaurant and they have like one of those massive 200 item menus, how long does it take to order something at that place? The average person's gonna take way longer to order than if it's like, we make bacon burn ends. How many do you want? Very easy choice. We can't see your pop-up windows in Godot? Oh, that's a bummer. That's a real bummer. Thanks for letting me know, Cubus. And then Fitzlaw saying, the amount of time it takes to click on something, it depends on the size of the touch target and the distance you have to travel. So both of those things could be kind of fun to play with in relation to Miller's Law, I think, for me. We will probably want to visually distinguish icons, silhouettes, and color so that we can present a lot of information, but then they can, over time, start to look at patterns more than individual icons. And they can see, oh, there's like red over here, or oh, there's that weird shape that I know to key into. I'm going to key in subconsciously to that area. Oh, Persistent Meow, I'm so glad. That's great. Jack! Hello! Welcome in, friend. It's good to see you. We're doing some ideation for our game design submission. We did our big theme reveal today, Overload, and so now we're going in. We're doing some design work. So good to see ya. Cubus, you can change the editor settings interface to disable separate windows. then they're simulated and we should be able to see them. Cubus, you're great. Hold on. Editor setting interface, okay. Hold on. Editor settings, interface, multi-window off. Save and restart. Let's see if that works. That would be great. I have no experience with making games, but what, Hungry Mongry? One of us. No, in reality, I didn't really either until November. So I'm pretty much a baby when it comes to all this. You can go back to our early streams in November and see the horrible audio and visual quality and see me learn everything. Okay, so if we go, let me bring up OBS so I can actually make sure this is working. Project settings. That's not working. Multi-window is off. Okay. Editor settings. Yeah, not working. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out later. We'll do it live. You're so early. It must be like 3 a.m. for you. So I started at 8 a.m. my time. Yeah. What have you planned so far then? We have been going through, starting off with the whole process, right? Of like, what are our constraints that we have to work under? What is the roadmap I want to hit? What are things that I know I can do quickly? And what are the things that I don't think I can do quickly? And what do I want to learn? And then we went through and we did some lightning demos of like, what are some cool games that I've observed do these things that I want to do? And then we extracted kind of core ideas from each of those lightning demos. And then just looking at those kind of started to think, okay, what are some game ideas that kind of fit those ideas? So we came up with 3 different ideas, and we could have come up with a lot more, but just in the name of speed, we stopped it there and went with, yeah, drop click. This sounds like the things that I want to build the most. It's the thing I'm most excited about, and that was enough. So now we're in the theme, tying this game idea to the theme and saying, well, what are some ways we can incorporate that theme, right? So we're just kind of word vomiting onto the page, stream of consciousness thought about that. I can share my first game jam. It's a working game at least. Hey, that's awesome. Oh, that's right. I remember seeing that, the pirates on the boat, patching up the boat, right? Yeah. No, Tom is a great person to go check out because like that first game, obviously very simple, and the stuff that you're building now is ludicrously complex. By the way, Tom also streams work on his most recent game that he's been doing and occasional skydiving adventures. So definitely go follow Tom Millman. I thought the original jam page said no AI. Has that been rescinded? I personally am not a fan, but I know there have been questions by others. So we're fine with AI. Oh, God. We're fine. Okay, guy. Okay. We're fine with AI so long as it is being used as a tool and not as like a content creator, right? So you can leverage AI. You can ask ChatGPT, in Godot, how do I make objects fall from the sky? What you can't do is then copy and paste a bunch of code into your thing. And you can't use AI generated art. You can't use any of that stuff. If it is going into your game, you have to have been the one to have built it. Okay, does that make sense? Wrong setting, my bad. Interface editor, single window mode. Okay, let's try that. Interface editor, single window mode. Got it. Save and restart. All right, we'll try it. Let's see what happens here. Let's check this out. Hold on. Got it. All right. Project settings. Hey, there we go. Thank you so much, Cubus. Appreciate you. Got it. Okay. The other one disables the ability to pop out the script editor. Oh, okay, very cool. So another thing that I think when I hear Overload is I think superhero. I think that'd be fun. Have a superhero named Overload. So then I start to think like, okay, what about like electricity as another way to kind of tie this in a little bit in an interesting way. So electricity, and now I'm thinking like, well, maybe clicking on things might spark connections to other symbols that are falling. Maybe we then have like special powers. So instead of being like just, your raw attack, defense, maybe speed or something, it could be like a brawl and block and power. And then like energy, right? You like charge yourself up. You're a electricity themed superhero, which means you have to be black, right? That was a weird trope. I've never understood how that thing has existed. Okay. So like, what if we had these 4 as our different symbols? And I'm wondering if 4 is enough, because 4 kind of draws down the amount of stuff that's going to be on the screen. Once again, Miller's Law, 7 plus or minus 2. We're on the low end of that. But if we're presenting a ton of them and you have to click on them very quickly, is that going to be is that going to be the right amount? I'm wondering if we can play around with adding maybe a couple of extra things. And nothing is really coming to mind for the character right now necessarily, although I'm sure there's a billion things we could do. But one thing that is coming into mind is like enemy interference, right? What if on the enemy's turn, and see, I'm saying enemy's turn as if we've defined that there is an enemy's turn, but this is just how my brain works. It's like, okay, enemy interference. Maybe on their turn, they can do damage, but they can also mess with the board state. So maybe like bombs that will blow up symbols and eradicate them if something touches it, or if enough things touch it, or over time. So based on contact or time lapse. Maybe they can do bouncy pegs. So like when symbols hit it, they bounce off and go crazy, and it shoves everything around and makes it really hard to click on things. Could be kind of fun. Hungry Mongry, can you do a team by yourself? I wouldn't be any help in a team. I know nothing. That's the way I am right now, Hungry Mongry. I'm doing mine solo. Absolutely. You could do it solo. Yeah, no restrictions on that whatsoever. The only restriction is you can't have more than 5 people on a team. That's it. Overlord. We only heard the theme said with a heavy accent. Overlord. Overload. Load. Overload. And I'm liking this idea. Like my brain grapes are juicing here. I'm liking it a lot. Let's see. So that leads us to 4 things you want to click on and a couple of things you need to be aware of that prevent you from clicking on things. I'm still worried this might not be enough things to keep the player really engaged, but we can try it and we'll prototype it out. And if we need to, we add in an extra 1 or 2 things. We'll figure it out. That's the whole point of these first 3 days and that critique session is like, get thoughts going quick. And then what is the structure of the game? And that's something I'm not really clear on. So like we could do it boss rush style, which may be the route we go for the game jam at least, because it would be simpler. We build like 3 fights and each of them have different enemies that kind of interact with the board differently. And they're different supervillains that you're fighting. And that would be enough. It would not be super replayable, but it's also a game jam, right? If this were a full polish release, then maybe I'd be thinking about, okay, we definitely need more than 3. We need a big pool that we're drawing from. They have different things that interact with your character. This is getting me thinking, though, what are our relics, right? That's kind of the key of a lot of roguelikes is what are your passive things that change the way the game is played? So the obvious stuff to tie some of these things together are like, for every X clicked, gain Y, right? So for every X brawl clicked, gain 3 block or something, right? We could do make X symbol more or less frequent to appear. We could do cancel enemy interference for a turn. It will be very difficult to add all of those in a single game jam and add polish, says Jack. I agree. We could do differing powers, different special powers. And then what's something else? I feel like maybe we can do one more. We could do like symbols are worth 1.5 their value in the first or last 2 seconds of the timer. Right? So now you can see, even just with that, I'm starting to see this is going to be like you have your stuff, right? And it's all falling down. So we've got these symbols crashing down. And then we'll have some sort of timer saying, you know, you're at this much out of this much time. And then kind of bring that down. And this doesn't necessarily have to make sense to anyone other than me right now. If I were doing this on a team, we'd want to make sure that we all like aligned on what this actually meant, all that fun jazz. But I've got it in my head. This is enough to remind me. Oh, we've got ads. We'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out. More time. I'm with both of you guys, Tom and Jack. I'm with you. Okay. Whew. All right. Where are we at here? Where are we at? There's so much to keep track of when you stream. Okay. So I think we're getting a lot of interesting thoughts on the board here, and this may be enough to just start running with. At least mechanically speaking. Are you going to make like a pinball game? I need more screens for more streamers, says Tom. There you go. Something like Peglin. That was something we thought about, like doing a pachinko style. What I'm going to be going for is each of these things is a symbol, right? So this is like, these are attack These are defense. This will be like a battery you can pick up. And then as they're falling down, they don't collect in the bottom here. This will be a pit. So everything is just falling from the top to the bottom. We could even theme it as like electricity coursing through a current. That could be fun. To kind of match our superheroes' powers and get into the overload theme a little more. And clicking on one of them will add it to like what you will do at the end of the turn, right? So if you click on the attacks, then you will deal 3 damage if you click on all of them. And as they're falling down, you kind of have to dexterity click on different things and get their effects. So, yeah. So let's start talking flows here. I wanna nail out the flows of this game. We're gonna do that just here in our whiteboard software. Piano tile roguelike. Oh, that's funny. So we're just gonna throw down some flowchart stuff. So start the game. We're gonna map out what the player experience is hopefully going to be. So start game, and then they are gonna go through a tutorial, which will be optional. That tutorial will introduce clicking on symbols. And then it'll probably need to talk about turns, how it's turn-based. So you have a timer, then the enemy goes. Drag that out. Oops. Go down. After you take your turns, we'll also need to then introduce powers and energy. And then I think that'll probably be enough of a tutorial. Just explaining those 3 concepts. What engines are you able to use in the jam? You can use any engine you want, Hungry. You could do it in Excel if you wanted to. The only thing that we are asking people to do is that it's playable in a web version. You can submit it if it's a download, but then we're going to have to make an individual case-by-case call of like, are we really willing to risk our machines to download this and like see if it's, not going to murder us? So you take your fate into your own hands at that point, or rather you surrender it into the amount of trust you have built up with both myself and the judges. So highly, highly, highly recommend it being a web version. Okay, so that's our optional tutorial. And then we'll go into our first boss. We'll do that fight. We'll do pick a relic. And then second boss. Pick a relic. And then third boss. And that'll be it. End screen. Okay. So that's going to be the basic, like, architectural flow for the game. Let's talk about the kind of moment-to-moment gameplay. So, turn starts. We're going to do this in a different color. Turn starts. I think it would be good to have like a timer countdown to get you ready so you can like position your cursor on the screen where you think things are going to be coming down from. Beat a mini boss to finish the tutorial. We could. I'm going to add that as a stretch goal. Mini boss to finish tutorial. Because I think that's a good idea. I worry about time, because that's then all of a sudden another like enemy I have to bring in. Oh, you know what? I'm glad you mentioned this actually, because I'm realizing there's something else that I need to do. So we'll bring that down. And one more mechanic is enemy interference. So we need to explain, hey, These things are going to stick around and they're going to cause problems for you. They're going to make it harder for you to click on things. Can I share my idea with you, or should I keep it a secret for now? Whatever you like, Ariel. You do whatever you like. Remember, I'm not really doing the judgment of the grand prize, so you do whatever you want. Jack, I don't know how easy tutorials are to make, so I might just skip it and add a how to play guide option at the start of my game. And if we need to, we can definitely do that. The hope is with this roadmap that we will give ourselves enough time to be able to build that. We want all of the mechanics done by the end of the day, Wednesday. We'll see how that goes. And if that starts encroaching into that second third of our roadmap, we may have to access tutorial, may have to do just like a slide that you click through, which it would be a bummer, but you do what you got to do in order to push product out. Hungry, yes. PowerPoint time. Maybe don't stop the timer before the player clicks once. Start the timer. Yes. Yeah, so I think it's going to be like and that's a good point. That's something we should point out is it's a great point. Because I was in my head, but I didn't document it, and that's why it's good to have outside people to help you flesh things out a little bit better. Turn starts, you can click go. I don't know. There's a timer countdown. Symbols start to fall. And also a timer starts. Player clicks on symbols to cue actions. When timer ends, clicking is disabled and actions execute. Mechanics being finished Wednesday next week. Yeah. Jack, you gotta have a little faith. You gotta push a little, and actions execute. Okay. So that's kind of our moment to moment. You drag this up and make it bigger here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay. Hold on. Trying to get the mute button inside this little guy's mouth. There we go. Okay. Pause. Ariel, I want a third-party thoughts on an idea. Absolutely. Basically, you're playing as a data analyst and system administrator, and you have to check incoming packets on the server for any errors or viruses and sort them. Okay, when I hear that, I'm kind of getting like a Papers, Please sort of vibe, which is great. Papers, Please is fantastic. But of course, you could take that in any number of directions, that idea that you sent across, right? What sort of feedback are you looking for? Okay, so that's kind of our turn, and then the enemy turn, and actions execute, and then that ends player turn automatically. And then the enemy turn is just them take their telegraphed Slay the Spire style actions, which can be... can be damage, can be armor, can be a board interference. Oh, hey. What's going on, little one? What's our big problem? Are you wanting to lay down? No? Good night. Whoa, you're like never this fussy. What's going on? You hungies? Let's try that. Do we want anything other than damage, armor, or board interference? Oh, it could be timer interference, too. Timer interference. Okay. Ariel, then they come faster and faster, and if you don't sort them in time, the server, get it, overloads. Just general thoughts on the idea. The game itself is going to be set in an 80s-style DOS computer with console interface. Gotta type in commands and interact with packets that way. Okay, very interesting. Healing, says Tobuggus. Could be. I like that as a possibility. Play with the health bar. That's one thing in game design. You always want to look at all of these different levers you have available to yourself, right? And then you want to make sure that the levers interact with each other. So your health is a lever, damage is a lever, the board is a lever, your power is a lever, your energy meter is a lever, right? All those sorts of things. And then you want to make them interweave with each other and affect each other. And that's how you start to get emergent gameplay. Yeah, Ariel, so are you like typing in, like stuff is coming in and you type sort file into this folder, enter, and then that is a sort? Like, what does that actual gameplay look like? So they take their actions and then turn ends. Okay. All right. So then, that's the kind of combat situation, and then it just repeats, right? I should write that down. Turn ends, player turn starts. And then on the player turn end, enemy turn starts. There we go. So we've got our loop. Then, when player wins, pick one of 3 relics, and then begin next fight. When player loses, then quit button and restart button. There you go. You know, while we're doing this, we should also do like a main menu. On game launch, have start, options, and quit. And options, it would be really good to have windowed mode as an option. And resolution, although I don't know if I'll be able to do resolution. I've never done resolution sizes in games before. And then audio sliders for music and sound effects. Okay. All right. I'm going to kind of change the colors of these a little bit. And these are kind of, we'll do that just to kind of indicate there are different sections, right? So this is the gameplay for the turn. This is the flow of the architecture of the game. We have the turns. Then we have our transitions between each step. And then we have our kind of main menu UI. Okay. Got to skedaddle now. Bye-bye. Thank you so much for hanging out, Persistent Meow. It was great having you here. Ariel, you have a console screen with a list of files with randomized names, those files being the packets, and you have an input where you can type commands, such as open name, delete name, accept name. And you gotta open those packets and check for inconsistencies, wrong dates, strange behavior, huge file sizes. If it doesn't look right, you gotta discard it. So a lot like Papers, Please. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and what sort of feedback are you looking for, Ariel? What are you curious to hear what other people think about? That's one thing about good critique, and we're going to talk a lot about this tomorrow. A lot about getting value out of a critique comes in how you frame your critique and soliciting the right kind of input. Because if you present something that is very low fidelity, and you say, these are sketches, and you just show it to someone, and they say, I don't know, it looks kind of rough, right? Like, I don't think there's no color in it, and the language is all off and stuff, and you're like, well, yeah, because it's just kind of just a wireframe. I mean, I don't want to... you're going to waste a lot of time. and a lot of frustration with people giving you feedback you don't really care about. Okay, guy. Come here. Let's try this. So I'm liking these flows. I'm feeling good about them. It seems simple enough. Of course, devil's always in the details, and this is all very vague, right? I'm sure that when I'm done with this, I will realize, oh, you know what? These were things I really needed to make sure that I documented at this point. But I'm feeling kind of okay about this. Let's actually document out what these actions do. Because I've got the idea in my head, but once again, the less we are in our head, the better. I'm going to drag that over there so we're not accidentally running into it. Just worrying how well does it fit the jam theme. I think it could fit the jam theme really well, especially if you're keeping in mind short-term memory. So there's a couple different ways I could see short-term memory really playing a huge part in that game idea, where you either have a ton of different packets coming in that you have to kind of sort through, and so you go 7 plus or minus 2, right? To dial the difficulty down, you go down to like 5. To dial difficulty up, you can go to 9 or more. And then when you open a packet, you've got all that different information that you have to sort through, right? And you have to keep that in short-term memory. So if there's something that you can like not only look at one thing at a time and evaluate, but if you have to kind of remember it as a whole, then all of a sudden that starts to really hit the theme very well, I think. And then you got the system kind of overloading if you're not staying up to date on things. I think it could work. Am I going to start programming today? I hope so. I very much hope so, yeah. What we're going to doing right now, we're just getting these flows set out so that I make sure that I'm not cowboy coding. So I'm not just blasting through on stuff that I don't really know if it's, making sure I know all the systems and how they connect to speed up the programming. And then we're going to do some UI wireframing and try and get that sorted so I know what the experience is going to look like. And then once we have the wireframing done, that's when we're going to start programming. So that's the schedule for today. We're going to be going for another, it's 10 o'clock already. Good night. 10 o'clock, we're going to be going for another, 5 hours, potentially, maybe a little bit more, depending on how things go. So we've got some good time here. Okay, so, Brawl adds 1 damage. Hey, why are we being so fussy today? This is kind of not the best day to be fussy. Are you just, you just having struggles? You just want to say hi to everyone, huh? You just want to say hi. You want to say, hello, I'm Batman. Do you have milk for me? Just like all bats want. They just want milk, huh? Is that helping at all? I know sometimes you like sitting, huh? Oh, good job. 10 p.m. No, it's 10 a.m. for me. 10 a.m. That was good. You got it. You got the burp. Well done. Well done, sir. So Brawl adds damage. We have, let's use consistent language. Is it shield or block or defense that I'm calling it? Block. I like block. Block makes sense. Block, prevents 1 damage from enemy. It's 5 p.m. for me right now. Nice. There you go. Energy will add 1 energy to the meter. And power can be clicked only if meter is charged. And we'll say, I don't know, 5 with 5 energy. Goodness gracious. Oh, you're having a tough morning, huh? You never have a morning this tough. This is brand new. Yeah, I know. I see it in your eyes. I see in your eyes that this is confusing. You don't know what's going on. Tobuggus gotta go too. Thanks for the stream and good luck to every jammers. Thank you so much, Tobuggus, and thank you once again for your help behind the scenes. It's deeply appreciated. It was great to have you here. Take care. Take great care. So, you know, an easy power, right? Let's start talking about what these powers might be. An easy power would be like deal 10 damage, right? That's kind of boring. I don't know that I want to keep that, but it's something that we could do. Oh, thank you, you guys. I've got a breakfast delivery. Thank you so much. Some yogurt with banana and cereal. And a treat, a Reese's egg. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. He is really struggling. Oh, goodness, you want the carrier? Yeah. And here's his bottle. Opened 1995. I like random code. Am I welcome? Sure. Yeah, come on in. We're just talking Game Jam. We're talking the inaugural Fox Hollow Jam, and we're ideating through what I'm going to build for my submission. So welcome on in, Opened. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'd like these powers to be a little more creative, right? Maybe like stun the enemy. That's still not all that creative, though. What about make power-up zones? So on your board, now there are little rectangles where if you click on something inside one of those rectangles, it gets powered up. Powers up symbols 1.5x if clicked on inside. What about making magnets? Adds a magnet to your deck. So like all of the attack stats will kind of gravitate towards the magnet, right? That could be kind of fun. If I don't completely mess up the flowchart here. Okay. Not to sound spammy, but what's your take on Bitcoin? That is quite the way to intro yourself into a channel. What's my stance on Bitcoin? Frankly, I think it's a pipe dream, and I think it's a stock market artificial value thing. I like the idea of a decentralized currency, and I like the idea of making money much more transparent. Do I think Bitcoin is the way to do that? No. I don't think society is ever going to really accept that, frankly. Okay, what are some other powers? I'd like to do... I have this vision in my mind of, like, electricity coursing around the board. Clicks are supercharged, and lightning triggers nearby symbols when clicked. That could be fun, right? So like you click on something and a chain lightning sparks off. That would be fun. What's another one? Funnel. Build a funnel. So like all the symbols start going into a central place and you just click, 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 click. That lasts for X seconds. Okay. That's a bunch of different powers. I think those are really cool. I'm going to leave all of them, but I'm going to color them based on which ones I actually want to build first. So I really like this idea. I really like the magnet. I really like the chain lightning sort of thing. I think those are all kind of play into the theme of the superhero. This one is... These are kind of boring. And then this one doesn't play into the superhero theme quite as much, but I think is still kind of interesting. So if these are kind of the three powers I'm going to try and get built. Okay. All right. Feeling good. I'm liking this. I'm feeling like we're getting things dialed in. We're getting our flows written out so that we kind of have the actual idea of what this structure is. Relics. Ooh, I just had an idea for a relic. Hold on. Fallen symbols of X type are worth 0.2 of their original value. But you don't have to click on them, right? So you can just let all of the defense symbols slip down, and every defense symbol that falls will give you a little bit of defense. That seems neat. Okay. All right. That's feeling good. It's feeling good. Let's take a look at what interfaces we need to build now. What are our UIs that need to get built? Bring this to large. Make it visible. Oh, we got ads. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hold on, that's the wrong scene. That's also the wrong scene. There we go. Now, where's my camera? Where did I go? There we go. All right, there we are. I need to start programming, but I can't start. First off, Jack, why do you feel the need you have to start programming right now? And second off, why can't you start? Aminusis, hello! Welcome in, friend. Oh, how are you doing today? Good to see ya. Tom, 6 jams. That is very impressive. That's very impressive. This is my second jam ever. Number 2. You got me beat by quite a lot. Okay, so what are our UIs? We need our main menu. We need the fight screens. Let's detail these out a little bit more. So the main menu needs to have some sort of splash image. It needs to have the play button. It needs to have the settings. It needs to have the quit. And then settings needs to have, this is why we detail it out. Settings also has some UI needs. So we need sliders for sound options. And then we also need a windowed checkbox. And if possible, resolution dropdown. I don't know if we're going to be able to fit that in. Probably won't. On the fight screens, we need some sort of player representation. We can have our box for the symbols. We're going to need the timer. We're going to need player stats, including health, value of brawl, block, and energy. And energize, I guess. And then which power you have. Oh, and you know what? We're also going to need like a energy meter. Okay. Because I'm lazy. Robotech, menus are my strong points. I started there. Very cool. That's awesome. I've never heard someone say that before. That is a unique value proposition, my friend. We need to have Titanium 312. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Good to see you. Welcome on in. Jack, you'll start after you eat dinner. Sounds good. Fuel up the tank. Absolutely. We need enemy stats, which is going to be health, block if present, and I think that's pretty much it. And then we're going to have intention. Indicating damage, block, heal, and board interference. Right? I think those were all the ones that we listed out. Oh, and timer interference. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay. Timer interference. Oh, it could be fun to mess with the cursor too. Like slow down your cursor. Or like chain it to something. Like if your mouse cursor goes within a certain radius of a node, it gets chained to it for a certain amount of time. That could be really fun. I'm going to add that. And this is why deadlines are so important, and why I'm holding myself to that like 3 days to build the mechanics thing. Because if not, I could build mechanics all day. I love mechanics. Okay. Graphics and finishing a project are my weak points. Yeah, I think that's very, very common in game dev. Gonna go eat now, and I'll be back in like 45 minutes. Right on, Jack. Thank you so much for hanging out early here. As always, great to see you. Have a good food. We'll see you in a little bit. Okay. Whew. Okay. What other UIs do we need? We need relics. We need our relic screen. Relic screen. Oh, and you know what? In addition to all this stuff, we also need end turn or start turn button, and then we need a countdown timer before symbols start to fall. Okay. For our relic screen, we need to have 3 options to choose. We need a selection method, and then we need a continue button. And we are collecting relics, which means we also need a way to display those relics. I'm gonna kind of group this with player stats. Relics gathered. Okay. going to put this in its own box because it's starting to get a little intense vertically and hard to kind of track. Okay. Line top, thank you. Distribute. There we go. Are you using Figma's jam tool? I am, Titanium. Yeah. Yeah, this is FigJam. I really like FigJam. I have 10 years experience as a product designer, so I've been using Figma for a good long while to do all sorts of cool stuff. FigJam does 95% of everything that I kind of need. So I'm a big fan of FigJam. Yeah. Amanusis, now that the theme has been revealed, can you talk about what inspired you to pick the theme? Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a little bit wandering. You feel free to dial in exactly where you're wanting to hear about. But the main point of these jams is really targeted skill development, right? So we want very, very deliberate skill growth and not just like, let's put people in a pen and hope it kind of works out, right? Which is what I feel like a lot of game jams are. And I'm not saying we're doing it perfectly here, but this is our first attempt and we're going to learn from it. We're going to get better. So I knew I wanted to do some sort of human-computer interaction design principle, right? Build in that language, because that's something that I hear from people a lot is like, Joe, wow, you really like... I don't hear of anyone communicating about games the way you do, or I don't hear anyone like breaking down a game like you do. And like, there's no reason we can't, right? Looking at a lot of game design content on YouTube, what I see really often is like, wow, look how good this design is because I feel this way when I play it. It's like, okay, I mean, that's good, but like, that's like high school level game design analysis. Like, we can do better than that. We can really tease things apart and think of it very analytically. And so I knew we wanted to hit something like that. And we went with Miller's Law because it's something that's pretty easy to apply in games. There's a lot of other, if we go over here to our principles book, there's a lot of other things that are a little bit harder to apply, you know, like depth of processing, a phenomenon of memory in which information that is analyzed deeply is better recalled than information that is analyzed superficially. So like if you write something down while you say it and hear it, you're going to remember it better than if you just do one of those things, right? This would be kind of harder to build into a game jam and do really quickly. So it was something that seemed kind of approachable, that new people could jump into, and it's something that we've talked about a lot on the stream. So we kind of had that built-in already kind of discussion around it. People aren't going to be crazy surprised by Miller's Law, right? At least the people that have been following the stream for a while. So it was approachable, it was directly applicable, and it was targeted. That was the big thing. What other tools do you use to think and bring a game to life? Asked Titanium. It's a great question. So use FigJam for this a lot, right? And we use Figma for the UI design. I've also used Figma for prototyping on the stream. Like we go here to our jump game prototype. This doesn't look like anything, but it was very important to get to the point where Rescue's gameplay was a little bit more well thought out. Of just, you know, this is our player here, and the blue boxes are jump height and the green boxes are jump width. And just kind of getting a feel for like, what would that kind of feel like jumping through here, and what would make things more or less interesting? And just really quickly prototyping. If I weren't doing this on stream, I would be doing it on paper. I've got notebooks, I've got a massive drawer full of sticky notes here that you can't see, and voting dots and graph paper, all that sort of stuff to prototype ideas out really quickly. Those are the main tools that I use, frankly. I don't have a ton of like external libraries or anything. It's kind of just getting ideas on paper however I can, and then what is the quickest way that I can validate those ideas. And most of the time that's going to be through paper, and then other times it's going to be through code. So have you seen the mechanics, dynamics, and aesthetics of play paper? I have not, Amanusis. I have not seen that. It sounds fascinating. Mechanics, dynamics, and aesthetics of play. That sounds like one of those annoying definitions of aesthetics. That isn't exactly what I think of with aesthetics. That sounds like they're meaning some other some other definition Aesthetic definition. Yeah, because I think visuals, but I know a lot of times people will use aesthetics as like a system of or something, or like aesthetics of play meaning how the play feels. I'm like, let's just say how it feels. We don't need to use aesthetics. Aesthetics is visual for me. Aesthetic can also mean relating to, involving, or concerned with pure emotion and sensation as opposed to pure intellectuality. There you go. There you go. I like your way. Do you have Twitter or another social media to follow? We do have. We've got a Twix account. We've got Mastodon. And then we've got our Discord you can click on down below. I should make bot commands for this. Like, goodness. So here's our Twix. Mastodon. I'm so bad at... I really don't care about Twitter at all, and Mastodon I'm just kind of doing to have, and I need to be better at posting about it. Polygon Pilgrimage, as you wish, my friend. As you wish. We'll get a hat on. Hatter's got a hat. All right. I heard Mastodon and Twitter were dead. Yeah, well... It's pretty rough. I don't know. Twitter, in my opinion, is just kind of dumb, but I know a lot of people still use it, and a lot of game devs still use it to market and have success on it. Without getting into anything, I'm closing the discussion on this point about it. I'm not a big fan of Elon Musk. That's it. We're not going to talk about it anymore in the chat. That's just explaining why I'm not really using Twitter. How's it going? It's going very well, Polygon. We're starting in on our game jam, and it is being a grand old time. Amneusis, it's talking about breaking up games into more intentional definitions. So the aesthetics would be the reason the player engages with the game. For example, some people play games for a challenge, others play in for social reasons. Okay? We'd have a good chat about that. Fortunes, you have the socials, but the Discord is the place to get the hottest, most up-to-date news. That's 100% correct, Fortunes. Yep, absolutely. Finally, an Elon Musk hater too. Listen, I don't hate. I don't hate Elon Musk. I just don't approve of his business practices, and I don't want to give him my money or attention or help him. He can go do whatever he wants. I just don't want to be a part of it. By the way, I should mention, because it looks like our bot command is not really working, and I am going to fix that. But we are sponsored on this jam. We are sponsored by Riverwolf Games, which is actually Fortune's favorite indie studio that he runs with his partner, Pain and Suffering. Once again, not a euphemism for anything, literally the Discord name of that individual. So, big thank you to Riverwolf Games for sponsoring our very first ever game jam. They've claimed the seat of honor right at the top. It's great. We're very, very, very grateful to them. And I'm going to change this bot command so that it is not going to not work. We'll take this down to 0, and the interval will be, 10 minutes. That should be good. And then we need to change the ads thing, because that's not quite accurate. Change that to 2400. Okay. Great. Love it. Okay. We're just disappointed in him. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of huge business. It's why this stream, it is this charitable organization that we're building to help people get into the games industry. It is by design, it can kind of only scale so far. It's a big part of why we didn't end up going nonprofit, is so that I could retain control and not grow it too much. We need it to be providing for my family, and then we need it to be providing enough so that we can actually have the resources to help people. And that's all we need. That's all we're hoping for. That's all we want. Let me rephrase that. That's all we want. We don't want to be some massive international, 3 offices across the world type sort of experience. That's not what we're going for here. Okay. What else do we need? What other UI do we need? Oh, yeah, he's calm. Bring him over. Bring over the princeling. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping out there. I love the nails, by the way. Nice. Here. Bring me my son. so much. All right. Whew. Oh, a little one. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we're just gonna get nice and chill. There we go. Yeah, let's get that mute button in there. Absolutely. Okay. Just joined and I already see people talking about Elon. Welcome in, K-Hadao. Good to see ya. We are trying to move away from the topic. Yep, absolutely. Okay. And then, I mean, we need some sort of, whoa, phone. Phone. Oh, hold on. I gotta take this. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. That was the actual literal government calling me. So when Uncle Sam chooses you, you gotta answer. You gotta answer. Okay, so is the theme Overload or Miller's Law? The theme is Overload, and the principle that we're incorporating is Miller's Law. So you'll want to incorporate both. Yeah, if you want to be going for that grand prize, sponsored by Riverwolf Games at $100 PayPal, you are gonna want to have both. Absolutely. Let's go back to our browser. Good, camera's good. All right. Number of game jams I've done, 5. K-Hito, nice. I think those are just the 2 names for the law. It's more about working memory, it seems. Yeah, so Overload is kind of like the punchy meme thing, and I should fix this because I've been wanting to do this a little bit. So theme and design principle. Okay. We will be judging the grand prize winner on the theme and the design principle implementation. There we go. We've had a couple of questions on that today, so let's get that a little more directly called out. Okay. There we go. Theme, overload, design principle, Miller's Law. There we go. There we go. There's the sponsorship message. Good. 4 or 5 attempts, 1 completed. Ammunitions. That was the Pirate Software one, right? With the rad ants. All right. So, we are going to check this out. And just do a quick last little thing. What UI are we gonna need? So let's talk like iconography. Icons that we'll need. We'll need an attack icon, or a brawl icon, I guess. We're gonna need a block icon. We're gonna need an energize icon. Oh, I'm just having a hard time, huh? And then we need a power icon. And then we'll need a board interference icon. And a timer interference. And a cursor interference. How am I misspelling this? Interference. There we go. And then we're going to need buttons. And we're going to need... What buttons do we need? Not a lot, honestly. We may just need one style. Primary. I don't even know if we're going to need a secondary, much less a tertiary. The only time we're going to have more than one button on the screen is the main menu for settings and stuff. And if that's the only time, then we can just not really worry about it too much. What else here? We're going to need dialogue windows. For the settings and for the relic picking, is I'm assuming how that'll work. It'll just be a dialogue that gets thrown up. And that may not be the case, but that's kind of what I'm assuming. Let's talk art assets we're going to need. We're going to need player. We're going to need 3 enemies. We're going to need... it would be cool to have, like, backdrops for these fights. So, like, one fight is in a city, and one fight is in a secret lab underground, and another one's, like, on the moon or something. That'd be fun. Very superhero-y. We're gonna need animations. We're gonna need brawl. We're gonna need block. We're gonna need energize, and we're gonna need power. And then I think for the enemy, it's gonna be largely the same, and they'll just not use energize, right? So we'll do brawl, block, power, and that'll be the interference stuff. And all of the interference things can share the same animation, drawing scope down. Okay. All right. Cool. This is looking good. This is looking good. We're getting stuff documented out. See how we went from just like, what are our constraints we have to work with? And kind of progressed from there all the way until we're at this point where we're really nailing down the requirements for this thing. Shouldn't call them requirements. Should call them our assumptions on what this product is going to be. All right. Okay. Decided I won't be able to do this jam. No worries, K-Hidao. We're going to be doing jams every quarter. So every 3 months, there's going to be a new jam with wildly different rule sets. So if you can't make it to this one, that's totally fine. I would love to have you in here, of course. But by all means, you just do what's right for you. And there will be other opportunities. There's going to be another bus. Don't you worry about it. Okay. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about this. Let's move on to wireframes. Let's start wireframing these out. So main menu. Let's actually take these. I'm going to bring them into our overload space here. Also, I apologize for the white UI. I don't know why it broke everything. Hold on. Figma dark mode. Preferences theme. Ah, lovely. There we go. Good. Okay. So let's do our main menu. We're going to go make our artboards at 320 by 180, because I guess that's the resolution at which we build things in Godot. I don't know. Weird. So we got our main menu. We're just going to block this out. So we'll do like a, let me see here, 8-bit. And this is not going to be what I submit. This is just to kind of get the feel for myself. So 8-bit skyline. There we go. That's looking good. Copy that image. Bring that in. We'll kind of just position this in a way. There we go. And then we'll say overload. I kind of like the idea of like the name of the superhero being the name of the game. And then we will throw it on black. We're going to put it on our channel font, which is Railway. And what? Throw this up. Okay. And because I'm a designer with 10 years experience, I have to do everything in increments of 8 pixels. So we got overload, and I think I might go for like a centered layout here. So play. And I like this big chunky text. It feels very comic booky to me, which I like. Okay. So we'll center these. And then play, options, and then quit. Tidy that up and bring that down. There we go. Let's play around with some different things here to kind of bring that play a little more into focus. Middle, okay. Oh, salud. That was a good sneeze. That was a good one. All right. Tidy that up. Bring it in. I think I'm going to actually grab our image here and black it out. So I'm getting a little too distracted by the composition there. I'd like to have a sort of a shape get created here, right? Where all the buttons kind of line up inside that shape. So let's maybe shrink this. And then I don't want quit to be so big though, is the problem. Like, it should definitely be as big or smaller than options. And that's not great, but it's better. What if we kind of throw this down a little bit? And then maybe play with giving that some more space too. It's feeling a little off. Okay, you hungry? Yeah, okay. All right, whatever. This is good enough, right? This isn't full production work. We've got our main menu idea. So, I'm gonna drag this over. There we go. And then we'll start doing our fight screen. This is gonna be the one we want to spend time on. This is gonna be the one that the game actually happens in. So we'll delete this, delete this, delete this, and delete this. Quit or exit for a longer word. Yeah, Karazest, I could see that. Also, welcome on in. Good to see you. Where's some more needlessly long words we could do? Salutations is the opposite. Although I think I remember looking up salutations once, and it's like, it's both hellos and goodbye? Define salutations. Yes, a gesture or utterance made as a greeting or acknowledgement of another's arrival or departure. So you could do salutations. Abandon, something like that. Okay. So this is where we were going to want to ideate a lot more. The first thought I had in my head was having this sort of space here with the player being right here, and we'll do like some sort of cool blue for the player, and then red for the bad guy, and then like an art backdrop here, and this would be it, and then you would have the space for the blocks to fall down over here, and then you could have your stuff here, right? Overload. Let's change this fill to be some a little more obviously interacting. Oops. And then we can have our stats, like our HP, our block. We could have our power, and then have our little energy meter, right? Whoa. Don't get rid of both of them, just one of them. And then shrink this down. There we go. Okay. Want to make these a bit smaller. I am not active in chat due to me taking part of the best game jam on Twitch that's going on right now. Vevin Valor, good to see ya. Thanks for coming in. No worries at all. No worries at all. That is the first rule of Twitch. Everyone gets to participate how they want to. So I'm just happy to hear that you're here and then that you're trying to build something incredible. That's absolutely thrilling. Block will set to like 0 as initially, and then the power is going to be a text descriptions, right? So like chain lightning. And I'm realizing we may need to kind of change how we're handling this. We may need to bring in a hover effect or something so that people can mouse over the power and figure out what this actually does. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. Because I don't think we're going to be able to fit a good paragraph of text in here, right? Clicks, chain to nearby symbols. And then we'll make this just regular and fit it in. Okay. And then we do the same thing for the enemies. Oh, guy. You're being so wiggly. My goodness. There we go. So we'll do this, and then we'll make it all right aligned. Dook. So we're kind of funneling your sight into the symbols over here. Ground. It's a bad guy. What's an enemy of resistance? Ohm? Ohm. That would be a good bad guy. That's a good bad guy. And then we're going to want to swap these. Do we want to swap those? I don't know. Feels weird with like the colon and like the numbers being on the right instead of being on the left. But if we have the colon there, then it feels weird, so we'll probably have to take that colon out, right? Ariel, if you have an energy meter, would having an HP meter be wise too? It could be. My concern with having another meter is that now we have 2 different meters. We have to very quickly digest what they mean. And I get the feeling, this being a real-time dexterity game, we're going to want like real quick visibility into what is accruing. Ooh, this is something we haven't even listed yet, which is we need to have some sort of cue to say, like, these are the things that are going to happen. Or they happen as soon as you click them. You could also do that. As soon as you click it, it happens, and there's not like a thing. Oh, we got ads. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back in, everyone. Thanks for that extended break. Had to go change a diaper. All right, welcome back in. Where are we at? Hungry Mongry, do I have a schedule or is it just random? We do have a schedule. It is, you can find it down below in the panels. It is 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern every workday. During the game jam, that's going to be a little chaotic. But chaotic in the way of we're doing extra, not less. So we'll always be on from 3 to 5 Eastern. We will also be on at other times. So there you go. Karazest, I think you get to interpret however you want. Okay. We're doing UI. So this was an original thought I had, but like thinking about it, I'm not as big a fan because there's all this dead space here. And unless we're going to have like really cool, satisfying visual effects and like stuff happening in this dead zone up here, it feels like it's not going to work out. So let's try something else. Oops. Fights. Okay. Let's try another layout. So what if instead of that, we just rose this all the way up? And then it was kind of like Puzzle Fighters, right? If you're old school and remember Puzzle Fighters, you probably just got a big smile on your face because Puzzle Fighters was great. If I can copy this, there we go. Right, so they have their stuff falling down, and then the characters are like right next to each other. And I think we could do something similar. We don't have the two-player aspect where we're caring about what the opponent is doing. So we don't need that second thing. But I think we could split them apart and then just have the animations go, right? And then there's kind of that abstraction. And I think that would help with the low fidelity too. Because now we don't feel like things are supposed to really connect. Because of this gap here, we have the automatic understanding that I think is going to be nice. Chaotic schedule is the best schedule. Oh man, that's funny. Tied in with the Justin emote there. That was a wild guy, by the way. Everyone should go follow Justin. Dude has 1.5 million YouTube subscribers and is doing pretty well on Twitch. He's got like 40 plus, people tuning in every time, but like, dude is, I remember jumping into a stream. I was like, this is pretty cool. Doing like evolution sort of simulation. That's rad. Oh, he has a YouTube channel. What? Also, similarly, do any of you know Thomas Middleditch? Thomas Middleditch, the way I know Thomas Middleditch is from Middleditch and Schwartz on Netflix. Very funny comedian. I know he's been on a bunch of other stuff. I've seen him in a couple of other things here and there. But apparently, he streams on Twitch. And he apparently streams game dev. He's been learning Unreal Engine 5 on Twitch on a channel that is just named Middleditch. And it blew my mind. I leave Twitch on at night and follow the raid trains. And then when I come in the morning and a stream is still going, it makes me very happy. It means everyone raided from the time I went to sleep till when I got up. And that one just happened to be on Middleditch. It blew my mind. It absolutely blew my mind. Never would I have imagined seeing something like that. Very crazy. Okay. So we've talked about the different meters, right? What if we had a health meter and a power meter or an energy meter? But I don't know. I'm struggling with that concept because then like if we have those two as meters, then shouldn't block also be a meter? But then if block is a meter, there's no upper limit on block. And so it's kind of hard to turn into a meter. So I'm not loving all that. But neither am I loving this sort of text layout. This is kind of okay. We're not really going to be using this. We'll just have an icon that says they're going to interfere with your board, and then it'll take an action. We're not going to have to like detail out exactly how they'll do that. I know a Tom, the one and only Tom Millman. That's right, Tom Middleman, Middleditch, Middleman. Tom Millman, the best Tom. We have the best Tom and Foolbox's favorite moderator in the chat. That space is starting to feel a little empty now. I wonder if that's where the timer could live. That would be smart. And that kind of is going to be leading your eye into where you might be looking to see, like, how much block do I need to get to prevent his attack, right? And how much damage do I need to make sure that I get? I think that kind of feels natural. Yeah. We'll do kind of a sandy sort of thing for that. And then kind of shrink it down. So I'm seeing already we've got a lot of meters. Hold on. Swap hats from titanium as you wish. Hold on. Let me get this kind of squared away. There we go. So that's our timer. All right. Swapping hats. Bye-bye. Baseball cap. In comes courtesy of my daughter. There we go. Big sister. There we go. Oh, oh, God. You just can't find a comfy position here, can you? Okay. I love that one. I love it too. Oh, well, thank you, Titanium. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, I'm not vibing with this quite yet. Let's do some more exploration here. Let's do, hey, that's a big idea. Hold on. Okay, I think I've found a comfortable position for the beast. Maybe. We'll see. No! Oh, gosh. All right, I think we got it. This is what dad life is, you know? When you've got a formula-fed baby, you kind of gotta just roll with it. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So, like, I'm wondering if maybe we can move the information into some different spaces. Let's try that out. Let's remove these colons. And let's try, like, doing this up here or something. Because your HP isn't necessarily the most important thing you need to see. We could bring block up. Let's see here. And then we've got our power. What are we selecting here? Image. Oh, we don't need image in there anymore. Oh. Okay, remove that. 00320 by 180. There we go. Just fix that up a little bit so it's a little easier to manipulate. Oh god, we're still selecting this guy as well. Remove and 00320. There we go. Oh, that white line is that's gonna bug me. That's not okay. There we go. Okay. Now I can select things a lot more easily. So if we kind of do it like this, You know, it's kind of interesting. I'm not sure that I'm super sold on it. We could delete power at that point and just have it be chain lightning, which is nice. I like getting to remove information. It always feels good in a design when you can do that. 2 and 1. Let's bring the font size by 1 down. 6 and 6, good. We're even. 8 and 8. Then 19 and 18, good enough. We'll bring it in 1 on the right. Now it's symmetrical. And then we can have overload in the middle, and we can center our duder over it even. That's feeling a little bit better. But is that going to make the HP in the block not really a thing? Baby's first game jam. That's right. We're starting them early, Karazest. Absolutely. So then that would have some corresponding effects, right? So we could delete these, then copy this over. And to answer everyone's questions, yes, I am getting a little nervous about not being in code yet. But I do really want to make sure that we get these foundations correct. I'm really hoping that it's going to lead to a better end product, and it will save time because I'm answering these questions when it's really easy to answer them instead of them kind of looming over my head and holding me hostage. I'm still liking this timer being over here. It's feeling good. Veton had a shower and I'm in pajamas, ready to jam. Nice, Jack. I am very much looking forward to it. I'm still not sold on this HP and block thing. Let's keep messing around with this. What if we did something kind of like this? Kind of going from the earlier ideas that we had. Oops. Left. And then left. And I know there's keyboard shortcuts for those, but I can never remember what they are. That's kind of interesting. Let me kind of scoot ourselves back a little bit. This space feels a little empty. Is that a problem? Maybe like slay the spire and have a progress bar for health and a border surrounding it to indicate block. Interesting. That kind of makes it feel a little more like a fighting game. And it abstracts a little bit of the numbers. Yeah, let's just do slay the spire. Let's grab a screenshot with something that has block. There we go. So yeah, they have the bars. And then they have that little shield icon. They also have like poison and stuff that they do on all that fun jazz. Makes it a little quicker to think about when trying to calculate stuff. I think what makes that quicker is that they're in like close proximity. They're in line, right? And so you don't have to go up and down. It's a little bit easier to keep that in memory. Okay, so what if we did take inspiration from that and we did something kind of like this. And then we get rid of block, and we put our little block icon here. And then our amount of block. Then we can put this guy back in the middle. You know, I am kind of liking that, to be fair. It's feeling more visual, which is nice. Group and you swap places. And then you grow this way and then shrink this way. It does kind of make it feel like a fighting game, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Then we can have ohm centered and centered. Oh. 15 and 16, yeah, okay. Time. Let's bring that down a little bit in visual priority. And then we would also have some sort of you know, thing going on over here of like, you know, look, it's a sword. 6 damage will be coming through when this time is over. We can kind of build this in over here. Scale it up. So it kind of mirrors the timer. I think we're kind of getting somewhere. This is feeling better. This is feeling better. Thanks everyone for joining us, by the way. I'm having a great time. This is absolutely fantastic. I'm a little worried about this not being the same width as this one is. Like, feels like they should be similar. Sure, width 38. There we go. Take that down to 38. But then we have like time kind of getting shoved off. I guess we could replace it with an icon. Right? If we just do a little icon right there. And then a little icon right here for energy. So they can kind of mirror each other. Bring that down. It's feeling a little bit better. So this is our timer. This is our energy. Let's bring this a little bit higher up so it feels more associated with it. Because we have overload as our player. And then we need to have these two things feeling together. Before, when it was like this, each of these were kind of equidistant in visual weight. So the hierarchy wasn't very clear. But when we push it up, all of a sudden we understand this is a description for this. I want to play around with that ability meter a bit more. What if we did that? We lose the centering sort of effect. And we have right aligned stuff, and then left aligned, and then center, and that feels pretty off. Normally you want to keep everything in one type of paragraph alignment, if you can. And what if we just socket it into here without changing the alignment? It's feeling a little off. Let's make some more versions. What if we add like a little decorative, just a little line there? Round, around, make it feel a little more intentional. That's feeling better. That little line kind of says, look, we have a new section of stuff. It's going to have its own sort of visual rules. So I like the symmetry with the energy meter and the time meter, but then this middle aligned text is still just really throwing me off. I don't know if I mentioned, but I recently switched to Linux. Oh, very cool. Okay, Hadao. Are you, so how is that working with your engine that you're building? With, I always forget the technology name. Darn, I didn't write it down. I always want to say kernel, but that's not what it is. Yeah, fill me in. How's that feeling with your development that you're doing? I feel like that's kind of a rite of passage a lot of people go through, is finally getting to the point where you're like, I'm just gonna have this be my own thing, and we're going to Linux. We're bringing in the Penguin. JVM languages are cross-platform, so Kotlin, that's what it is. Kotlin works with Linux too. Very cool. Kotlin. Putting that down in my spreadsheet this time. Yeah, I'm not quite there. I'm liking, I mean, after all of these iterations, I'm leaving the hit point and the shields where they are. So I think that was a good call. Thank you for that, Jack. Need to find a way to... I mean, do we need the description? Do we need the description there? Or can this be, you know, can we tie it in a lot, right? So we've got this going across here. And then we'll do like a you know, like a light bulb icon or something. Great start, my headphones died. Shoot. Kind of feels like if we do that, then we should make it full width. And then also do the same thing over here, right? Bring the text back. Just not liking it very much. Like I really prefer this sort of visual funnel, reverse funnel type sort of visual you get going here. Draws your eyes upward, keeps you in where the game is happening. I really like that. I'd like to preserve that if we can. This is being tricky. I didn't expect this to be the hard part of the UI. Oh, we do have an ad starting in just a little bit. We'll go ahead and pause. Oh, there we go. All right, let's jump back into it. Let's get back into this thing. Got our browser. There we go. There we go. Oh, jeez. I went through all that to try and get it working, and it didn't even want to work. Okay. A lot of games aren't available for Linux on Steam, though. Yeah, so you got to, like, VM or something. Tom, doesn't matter how much I spend on UI, it's still terrible. Oh, it's all just a skill, and skills come with time. So, I mean, what if instead of using text, or we have text, but it is kind of integrated in, and we change this to be a much darker background color, and then we put chain lightning like right in here. It's kind of interesting. Gray boxes for life. That's right. That's right. Eternal wireframes. Eternal wireframes of the spotless UI. There we go. That's what it should be. Oh, this is feeling pretty good. What if we kind of go sideways with this and change this to be right aligned? By the way, this is 90% of visual design. In case like people get intimidated by visual design, just the way that it really helped me is conceptualizing it as a bunch of science experiments. You just try a bunch of stuff, see what works. It's really not more complex than that. It's the short version. Do you recommend everyone learning Figma, or do you think it's something more specific to your workflow? It's a great question, K-Hadao. I think everyone should just experiment with a bunch of things and see what works. I think I'm a big proponent of everyone is going to have different stuff. Like in tech especially, we see this a lot, where someone will come out and give a talk about how they became so wildly successful. And then everyone says, well, we got to go do that, right? Without like adapting it to personal circumstances, your team culture, what works for... It's just adapt. Adapt. That is the most important skill you can ever have. Have the ability to analyze a situation and then capitalize on it. It's what we're not seeing in the corporate world nowadays. We're seeing, especially with the huge return to work that so many companies are having, that is CEOs and executives that are stuck in a particular mode of thinking. And they're saying, oh, well, we don't have serendipitous encounters anymore. People aren't like running into each other in the hallway. It's like, there's no reason that you can't have similar effects digitally. You just have to plan for it. You have to be intentional about it, and you can't just rely on how things used to be. You can't just take your class, hear what the best thing is, and then keep going with it, So definitely find what works for you. It's going to be different than what works for me, probably. I like Figma. I think it has a lot of virtues. Especially for UI design. Like if you are doing UI design, you probably just want to use Figma. To be frank, it's going to be the easiest and quickest way to get that done well. Because it's a tool that's specifically built for it. But, for like digital whiteboarding, there's a billion digital whiteboards out there. Heck, go full Thor. Use Paint. Do whatever you need to. Use pen and paper. I don't use pen and paper because I'm on stream. Otherwise, I probably would use pen and paper. Sticky notes. Sticky notes are huge. So what's your game idea? I missed it earlier. Oh boy, Amanusis. So the game idea is you are a superhero, Overload. And Overload is filled with the power of electricity. And they are going to go fight 3 different supervillains. And the way we do that is by having random, these things dropping down, these little symbols. They're all going to be physics enabled. And they're going to mean different things. So blue is a block, red is a brawl, yellow is an energize. And when you have enough energize, then you can grab, I don't know, I need to figure this one out, but like a purple or a gold or something for your special power, right? And they all fall from top to bottom. Ooh, and they can even have different weights. It could be interesting. Kind of a way to vary up the physics a little bit. And it's real-time dexterity-based. You have a timer, and you try and click on as many of these things as you can in order to accomplish what you need to accomplish for your turn. Once the timer runs out, everything that you clicked on smashes into the bad guy, and then they take their turn. And then it repeats. So if you get to like your 5 energy, you can activate your chain lightning ability, and now when you click on things, they'll spark out with lightning and blast nearby surrounding nodes. And they'll all just fall from top to bottom off the screen so they don't pile up on the bottom. And the bad guy may bring in a super bouncy peg or something. So now, when something hits it, it'll hit that and bounce off and smash into all the other things and make it really hard to click on things. Or they may decrease the amount of time you have on the timer available to you or whatever. And that's pretty much the game. Fairly simple. Just a cute little dexterity-based roguelike. You can do anything in Paint, says Karazest. Risky Biscuit recently made a whole text table in Paint. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. That is so cool. I think we're getting pretty close here. Still not quite sold on this, but I think it's close enough for a game jam. So that we can keep moving to the other UIs. Whew, that was a lot of different versions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Took us 11 tries to get somewhere where I'm like, yeah, that's good enough. All right, let's go to our relic screen. Oh, you know what? We need our start turn button. We need our start turn button, don't we? So let's do that just right here. I don't see any reason to kind of reinvent things or to get it confusing. So we'll do like, go! Oh, or, I don't know, it'd be cool to have some sort of catchphrase you could click on or something. Like, whatever. We'll just do go for now, and then inspiration will strike me like lightning from overload. So we'll swing this up, and then really want to sell that this is a button that you're supposed to be clicking. So we're going to wrap it in a square. We're going to add a stroke. Make it nice and chunky. Give it the kind of rounded corners so it's a little bit softer. And there we go. So you kind of go over here, you click on it. It'd be cool to have some lightning motif. We'll deal with that later. Mouse over here, click on go, and then outline goes away. It becomes, 3. And the ellipses. 2. Oh, although, geez. This is an important part of being a designer, by the way, is not accepting just the way that it is. Right here, these 3s are like way far up, or the dots are way high up into that 3. So I'm going to bring them out and manually position them. And that feels a lot better to me. And we want those feeling that way so that that ellipsis kind of indicates more is coming, right? Wait for it. Stuff is going to happen. So we'll do 3, 2, 1, go! And then stuff will start falling. Light it up. There you go. Yeah. All right. I feel like we're getting pretty close here. So let's go to our relics. And then I think we can probably do this in a fairly straightforward manner. Let's kind of reinforce our hero's branding a little bit. Throw in that blue color. And then we'll call them relics right now. Or power-ups. Yeah, power-ups. Nice. I like it. Power-ups, and then we'll have, I don't know, lightning rod. And it's good to pick things that kind of have really long character counts a lot of the times to really push your design. Because if you just do easy, like, 3-character things, then you might not tell, oh, shoot, you know, these are going to butt up into each other. We need to adjust the spacing, all that sort of, you know, go to the extremes. Okay. Every 3 attack or brawl clicked generates 1 energy. Sure. And then we're going to not full case that. We'll just do Small caps is kind of interesting. Definitely want to bring it down to like a semi-bold, maybe? Should we try small caps? Once again, typography, right? Like you really want to play around with this a lot. And then let's bring it to be the same width as the item name. Is that too hard to read? I don't know. And then we'll do... what are some of our cool relics that we had? Oh yeah, new power. So instead of what we have of the static shock, what are our different power ideas? Magnets. Magnetic. A magnet may appear that attracts a random symbol type. Do we need to make our own fonts for our games, or can we get fonts online? Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Jack. Someone asked that on the Discord. You can use fonts that are publicly available. So if it's on your system, or for example, through a service like Google Fonts, then that's just fine. If you're having to like pay a type foundry or something in order to get access to the font, that's not great. So you can use, anything you find anywhere in here. So anything on your system, anything you can find that's easy. We're a little bit lenient on fonts. Like I said in the Discord, the spirit of the rule is we just don't want experience and resources to give an unfair advantage, right? Like, and when I say experience, I mean, like, I've been a game dev for 10 years. I have 300 modular pieces I can slot into my code. And, like, you can just patch it together real quick. We don't want that. We want you to be really building it with the intentionality behind it. Yeah. So, there you go. No, I'm not going to pay for a custom font. I was going to use DaFont, which is a website that has public fonts available. Okay. For a sec, I thought I was going to have to make my own font on top. No. Making your own font is not what we're looking to kind of develop here, although that could be an interesting game. Make a game that's very heavily based on typography. That could be very fun. But it's not this game jam. What else? What are our other relic ideas? Oh, yeah. Lightning fast. No, we have 2 lightnings there. That's not very good. Clicked symbols in the first 2 seconds are 1.5x more effective. Okay. All right. And then we can have a little image. There we go. There we go. And let's drag these up. I do think I want to build in some amount of forgiveness here. As much as I think it's cool to be able to just like click on this, I mean that would be a lot. That's a lot of screen real estate. We don't have like a max width on this really. So let's kind of bring it in size-wise a good healthy amount. Okay. Grab these 2, and I'm gonna just shrink these fonts down a lot. I kind of like that ratio. Once again, we're going to bring this up, make it feel more connected. Okay. Good. Yeah, I'm liking that. There we go. And bring you across. Excuse me. We're at 8, right? Oh, 7. There we go. There we go. I'm figuring out how to do this a little more quickly. See, and there we go. We've got a little bit too long here. So we're looking at like 60 pixels as our width, and we've got an unfortunate rag there. This is something to look at with your text. When you have text in a paragraph format, there is this sort of rag that forms, right? You want to pay attention to that. You don't want, for example, something like this, where you've got, usually you don't want, right? Obviously, there's always exceptions to the rule. But you don't want this kind of smooth line. You want it to feel more random. So the problem with this one was that it just kind of smoothly goes in, and that doesn't feel very natural. So if we do that, now we have it kind of going out a little bit and then back in, and that feels a little better to the eye. Same thing over here, right? Goes in and out. You get different directions. It makes it more visually interesting. Over here, when it's only 2 lines, it's usually not as big of a deal, but it can be a problem. What about gameicons.net? Icons, we're going to say, are, by the way, great site. GameIcons is awesome. Definitely a great site. But no, iconography, that's something you should be doing by yourself. Yeah. Fonts are kind of the exception to the rule, because fonts are such a highly specialized and time-intensive skill set. And if your images are just going to be like this, that's totally fine. If it's going to look like you just scribbled in paint, totally fine. That's not really what we're going to be grading on this time. Site is goated. It really is. It's super cool. So we'll do our button down here. And you know what? To keep things consistent, I'm actually going to grab it from the main menu, so that we're using the same kind of styles of buttons. Okay. It feels huge on here. Let's bring that down. Okay. Power-ups also feels huge. Let's bring that down too. It's kind of intense. It's kind of like you're screaming really loud. And it's drawing the attention away from the power-ups, which we don't really want. Which means we can kind of bring this all up. Bring this up. Group it. Center it on the screen. Ungroup. There we go. Let's try a little line. Our good old friend line. Which I already got configured a way that I liked over here somewhere. There it is. You can see how even something as small as that really does a lot. We could go all the way across. Maybe? Let's play with some other options. What about just width and then kind of mini? So the problem with width is it makes it feel like we are, like, this is a power-up, and these two are not, right? Because it just so closely correlates into that shape, right? So I don't think we want that one. This one feels more open, and I keep getting drawn to it for some reason. I don't totally know why. Oops. 34 from the edge, 34 from the edge. Good. Okay. Is the jam 8 days or 9? The timer is for 8 days. Oh no. Let me fix that. Yeah, that should be the 10th. It should be the Sunday, or Wednesday. Thanks for that, Emanusis. Appreciate it. There we go. 8 days left. Got it. Where am I? I'm lost in my tabs. There we go. Okay. Feeling better about this. We'll fade that out once again as an indicator to the player. They have to click on something. And we can really hammer that home. I was debating whether we should do it or not, but like if we're already concerned about people clicking on it or not, and this isn't like brand destroying, then let's just do it. Let's just turn them into cards. One more. 14 pixels away. There we go. And then there we go. So we group that all together, group that all together, group that all together, make sure they're all equidistant. There we go. That add timer is getting really close. It's very close to being accurate. I need to fix that up. There you go. There's the pacifier. Okay, this is feeling pretty okay. And then we can set the strokes to like 30% when they're not selected. Or we can use color as well. Why don't we do that? So we'll keep that, and then when you've selected something, the stroke becomes kind of an electrified blue. And then this becomes full thing, and then we can tie in the color again. So if we use that, all of a sudden now the connection is very clear from this screen to this screen. You have selected something, you are ready to go. I like that. Yeah, I like that. And I kind of like it being this just a font for the button instead of having a big, you know, illustrated button background. Feels kind of comic booky to me. You know, we could do like a BAM sort of symbol where we, you know, and then that would be very kind of golden age of comic book style, but I don't have a lot of confidence that I'd be able to pull this off very well. Come on. Here we go. Where's continue? Oh, right. Then we need to change the text, right? So like that doesn't look great. And I'm not convinced I'd be able to do it very well. You know? Kind of de-exaggerate these a bit, maybe. No, it's gross. I'm gonna record this because I want to have the idea in my head when I get back into the polish phase and I have a kind of a better idea for how this is going to exist. But that's not where we're going to go with for now. Okay. So there we go. We got our power-ups. You hit continue, and that takes you straight into another fight. Where you, oh, you know what? We need our relics. We need a place to display our relics. That's a thing. We've forgotten about that. Okay. So where should we put that? I mean, we could just put them underneath the name, right? That would make sense. Kind of shrink it down a little bit. Have them be semi-transparent. I guess you'd only ever have 3, right? In this version of the game. You'd only ever have 3. That feels kind of okay. I like tying it to the name because that means it's not like a part of the game right now. It's like this meta information. It does mean we need to have a hover over though. I'm not excited about having to build that out. I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, there's nothing to it. I think progressive disclosure is the right answer here. Once again, progressive disclosure being the principle for visual design to like hide information when it's not needed. And we don't need to see all the information on the relics. So we'll just do something simple for now. On hover, we'll just get, what am I doing? Hand making a triangle? What is this? 2007? We're gonna get a triangle. And then we'll just grab a square. And we'll kind of make it look a little bit like a text bubble from a comic book. That sounds kind of fun. And then round. Whoop. We'll change your point. How about that? There we go. It feels a little bit better. It's a little too much. Let's try that. You know what? If we're going comic book, like, let's, you know, make it a little asymmetrical like that, right? Yeah, that's feeling pretty good. All right, make these white, combine, and, you know, not pure white, but there you go. So you've got your hover over for your thingy. There you go. I think that'll work. Okay. There we go. And I'm realizing we'll also need idle animations. That's something we didn't list out here. In our art assets, we need animations for brawl, block, energize, power, and idle. There we go. All right. Oh, this is a lot of planning work we're doing here, folks, but I'm feeling pretty good. I love that we have a plan. It makes me feel very anchored and ready to dive into code. We know our flow. We have our main menu. We jump into our fights. I guess we're only ever going to have 2 of these, aren't we? Because you win a fight, gain a relic. Win a fight, gain a relic. Win a fight, game ends. Ha! Oh, shoot. Okay. And then we have our relic choosing screen. All of the colors and everything we'll refine during our polish phase of this project. Yeah. Okay. Feeling pretty good. I'm feeling confident. I think this is our game. So at this point, this is when we can start assembling this all into a game design document, right? We are going to require a game design document because it's going to help us actually know what we're supposed to be grading on. If we want to be grading on how well you're implementing the theme and stuff, we need to be able to know actually how to play the game and what your intention was. So let's go into our game design document. I'm going to steal one that we used for the Pirate Software Game Jam, which they provided as a template. I should have also provided a template. But you don't have to. You could do it in any way that you want to. You could use a GDD in any way. In fact, if you really wanted to, you could, like if I wanted to, I could take screenshots of all this and then just like copy and paste it into a Word doc. And I probably will, to be honest. Here we go. Let me make a copy of this. Show file location. I'm gonna rename it to overload GDD. We'll throw that in our Game Jam folder. Now this is going to be filled with stuff from Miasma Theory, which is the game that we built for the Pirate Software Game Jam. So we'll just be swapping all that out. This is such a cool example of how to do stuff properly. I'm glad you feel that way, Karazest. I'm really glad. I admit I'm a little bit... I hope this is being helpful for people. Yeah, I'm glad it's being of some sort of use. Okay. By team It's me, Joey. Oh, we got ads. We'll pause. That's a short ad. It's like 29 seconds? Why is it only like 29 seconds? That's weird. It's really weird. Okay, we're back. That was a really quick ad break. That was weird. I don't know. For the 2024 Fox Hollow Jam. All right. Joeyos. I'm in awe and super envious of your patience for planning. Well, I hear you, Karazest. This is not the way the original, my first game jam went. But I went through that first game jam, and I realized since I was kind of taking the production role for that, when a lot of problems came up later on in the process, that was my fault. I did not plan things appropriately. I didn't do things the way that I should. And I learned from that. I needed to learn from that. So this is me trying to put things into practice that I should have in order to, make things really matter. Theme interpretation overload, Miller's Law. Okay. Game summary pitch. A dexterity roguelike where you guide... a dexterity roguelike. Guide the superhero Overload through a harrowing series of encounters with his greatest foe. Symbols will fall from the top of the screen and exit the bottom. Any symbol clicked takes an effect. Beware, you only have a certain amount of time before your turn ends and the enemy takes their revenge. I don't know, sure, whatever. Inspiration. Slay the Spire is sure an inspiration. And what all did we list? We got like a Cursor Blade. We've got Match 3 games. We've got, what else did we put over here? Luck Be a Landlord. And Dungeon Crawler, or Clawler. Yeah. Check YouTube chat. Oh, snap. Sorry, it got sandwiched between two other messages. Sorry, Ariel. I apologize about that. Just wanted to clarify, is following a tutorial for, let's say, a shader, is it breaking the rules? That's not breaking the rules. As long as you're the one building it. If it's like, download our shader pack, and you just download that and plug it in, that would be breaking the rules. But following a tutorial is totally fine. I'm going to be following a bunch of tutorials to get this all built. Yeah, absolutely fine. Oh, darn it. I hope I'm not getting approached by a graphic design scammer on Discord. We'll see. Someone said hi, and I have just responded hello, and I look at their profile, and the first thing about them is professional graphic designer. That's not a good thing. Okay, player experience. Each fight will comprise of turns where the player gets X amounts of seconds to click on as many falling symbols as they can. At the end of the timer, the turn ends, and the enemy takes... villain. We'll say villain. The villain takes their effect, which is telegraphed a la Slay the Spire. The Symbols will include raw damage, defense, charging up your superpower, and using your superpower when it is charged. Do you go to any game dev meetups in your area, IGDA, etc.? I don't. I should, though. There is a community here in Utah, indie game developers of Utah. And I actually used to work with a guy who kind of leads a lot of that stuff. So I should. I need to make it a priority to get out to some in-person events. But as you might imagine, with a new baby and another child that needs a lot of attention, and starting up a business, which is actually like 7 businesses in one, and your wife also is running her own businesses, it's a little hard to swing it out there. But I should. I definitely should be. That would be the smart thing to do, and I hope to be doing it sometime soon. Yeah. Okay. So the superpower must be charged up by energy before it is able to be used. Whoa, this is an extreme 90s way to spell used. Or it will fizzle when clicked. The player must evaluate the actions of the enemy and navigate a large pool of symbols, constantly falling and moving in order to execute how they desire. After each villain is defeated, they will gain a power-up that enhances their abilities passively, similar to relics from Slay the Spire. Where did I reference Slay the Spire already? There it is. And we can set that up as an acronym, so now I can just do that. Okay. Right on. And that's pretty much the player experience. After defeating 3 villains, the game will end. For now. Platform Windows PC, development software, we're doing this in Go. We may do a sprite. Maybe. We're also using Figma. A sprite / Libra sprite / I need to see if we can get that link all set up today. And then there's the free one, Pixel Studio, which GameMaker 2D Fighters uses. If you remember him over on YouTube, he does that on his phone. And I also learned Cartoon Coffee uses Pixel Studio Pro for his stuff. And if it's good enough for those two guys, it's good enough for me. I'm not going to lie. Long stream today. Yes. I want to be doing long streams all throughout the week. It's just going to depend on what I can swing with the family. So we definitely want to do a stream like this on the day of and on the last day. And then in between, we want to get as much stream time in as possible. That's going to be a little more chaotic. Okay. Okay. Target audience. And this is something I kind of struggle with. I had a lot of thoughts about this last night. Like, when I'm doing product design, target audience makes a lot of sense. Because we're going to be targeting, like, if I'm in a pharmaceutical robotics company, I want to talk to pharmacy administrators, and we're going to target them. Or we're going to target, X, Y, or Z roles that have different behavioral patterns, roles, responsibilities, all that sort of stuff. But in games and in B2C, I struggle with that a lot more because you don't have necessarily roles. I mean, in B2C stuff, business to consumer apps, you can still kind of do that a little bit better because it's like, oh, I am using this for taking an Uber to my work, or I use an Uber for my day-to-day living. Like, it's the only way I can navigate, or I only use it once every now and again. And that kind of makes sense to me conceptually, but when it's games, I find it really hard to say this is an audience. When I try to sort into any sort of demographic data, it's really rough to just try and throw that out without any sort of research around it, right? It feels very assumption-based. In-dev meetups are pretty cool. You could also find more speakers to bring on the channel like you did with Shepherd Sound. Yes, we do plan on doing a lot of stuff like that and finding indie studios who need some more exposure for their game and playing their game on stream and doing an analysis critique like we do. So all that fun stuff we're looking at. So yeah, thank you, Kehodo. Genre I didn't do. Dexterity, roguelike. I don't know. Is there another genre that would really encapsulate this? Not really. Oh. Here. You want that? You just want a little more space? Or are you hungry now? Yeah, in-person dev meetups. Yeah. Always a safe bet to throw kindergartners into a target audience. Now, Karazes, when you say throw kindergartners into the target audience, do you mean like adding them to a target audience or like hurling them at your target audience? Because I could see either one, You always learn a lot about a person when you just lob a 6-year-old at them. Is all I'm saying. Both. Good. Okay. So instead of saying target audience, I'm going to change that because audience to me implies demographics data, and we don't have any sort of research to say, oh, these kinds of people tend to like this type of game. So I don't want to get into that. What I do want to do is go for target emotional. Target emotions, right? So our goal, what is our goal emotion? I think it's catharsis in a way, right? Like the whole point of this game, really the whole point of this game. All right, let's get into some game design talk here. I love doing stuff like this. We always talk dramatic tension cycles, right? Where this is really high tension. And this is high tension, like anxiety, right? This is, I'm incredibly nervous. I cannot live here for very long. And then we have low bored. I wish I had my iPad with me so I could draw on this without the mouse, but my daughter stole it before the stream started and I haven't been able to get it back. So in any sort of narrative or media sort of experience, you have natural tension cycles, right? That go like a sine wave. In films, the way that this is broken up, hold on, let me Control Z, is you tend to start kind of here. You go up, and then you dip down, and then you spike up really hard. And then have this kind of slow release of tension. So this is Act 1, this is Act 2, and then this is Act 3, right? Actually, this is Act 3, and this is Act 2, and this is Act 1. So, in a game, we don't have just one dramatic tension arc, right? We have it repeating many times. It's called a gameplay loop. You don't have loops in movies, really, unless you're doing something weird like Memento did. Yeah. Auto mod. I'm already taking a break. That's good. Take care of yourself. So we're not doing this. But what I do think this game is really going to be about, the emotional beat we want to hit, is this. This is what we're looking for. This is called... There's a term for this. We'll do the big reveal here. This is called denouement. Okay? Denouement. That is the beat that we are trying to hit incredibly hard. So you have your adventurer, they go out on their journey, they're learning the danger in the world and that only they can stop it, and they get up and they meet the bad guy, and then the bad guy beats them. Oh no, and now they go back to their old life because they say, I can't do it. And then there's some transforming moment, and they go back and fight the bad guy, and this time they win. And instead of being this really steep drop-off, we have this kind of slow, gradual, kind of sitting with it moment, where we just kind of, appreciate the release of this tension over a long time, and we get to see everyone go back to their lives and enjoy things. We have, just after the fight scene, we have the big, yeah, cheer, everyone's great, and the post-battle scene of people kind of like picking up helmets from soldiers and throwing them around, and they return to civilization and live their lives, and we see Samwise with his giant family, and everyone's happy, right? Denouement. That's what we are going to feel, because here's my hypothesis, right? My hypothesis, by the way, I'm doing this all one-handed. I have the other hand feeding the baby. I just want to call that out. Okay. What I think this game is going to be is it's going to start kind of here, and then it's going to go up, and you're going to do this a lot of times, and you're going to be living in this very high anxiety zone every single turn. And then you finish a fight, and it will kind of go down a little bit, and then we'll be right back up, right? And we're going to be living in this zone quite a lot. And so I think we need to ease that dramatic tension a lot. I think that's going to be the emotional payoff, right? You go through all of this and you're going to be so high-strung for so long that when you hit here, it will feel really empowering. So if we go to our Octalysis framework, right? Empowerment, epic meaning, accomplishment. These are all really important parts of game design, and I think that's going to be the feel. So in the full version of this game, we'd want to really make that ending feel incredible. And then we could also talk about, like, do we want to, this is the, choosing the relic screen. Do we want to make this feel a little bit longer and a little more impactful? Or do we want to minimize it so they spend more time up here, right? This is how you start bringing in user experience design into your game, right? And this is why having that terminology is so important. Nephis Macaroon, hello, welcome in. We're talking game design for my Game Jam submission that I am starting in on. It's great to have you here. So once again, this is how, like, having that framework, that Octalysis framework, gives us a vocabulary with which we can discuss things, dissect them, analyze them, and make modifications where it's needed. If all you have is what is fun, it's very vague. It's incredibly difficult to really discuss that, right? Nice. So I think that's where we're going to live, is in that sort of space. Add a hat. Let's see here. What hats do I have handy? We'll bring this guy back. Sure, why not? I've got my son right here. You can see the top of his head, the tippy top. I don't want to cover up the crown, though. The crown's like the best part. All right, we'll do that. This is fine. Look how fine this is. So, I think that's our big goal. We want extended, unbold that, high tension with a strong catharsis denouement at the end. I think that's going to feel very satisfying at the end. So, what are the attitudes of people who might experience that, right? So they're kind of like adrenaline junkies, right? Twitchers. And I don't mean like Twitch, the live streaming service. I mean Twitch as in like Twitch aiming, right? People that have weights inside of their mouse in order to calibrate it exactly perfectly so they can get the perfect headshot, right? But importantly, I think a big part of this is a lot of that crowd has transitioned to multiplayer games because of stuff like Counter-Strike. So we need to find a way to not do that. And actually, now I'm thinking about it, in a way, this may have a crossover with like Phodian type sorts of games, right? Because a big part of the appeal of those Phodian games, number one, it's very funny and it's very streamable. But second off, you feel incredible accomplishment in this huge, like, oh my gosh, like heavens, I'm done. I don't have to worry about this anymore sort of feeling when you're done. So, almost like, what's the right word to say this? Sadistic? In a way? In a way. Where they're willing to, it's okay to take punishment on yourself in the aim of having something rewarding at the end, right? It is delayed gratification to a hyper extent. If you're playing like Overwatch, you don't want delayed gratification. You're wanting immediate excitement and fun, right? You want immediate rewards. I just killed someone. Yay, I killed someone in the first 5 seconds. I feel good. This is not going to be really that type of an emotional experience. So what are their behaviors of these kinds of people? They are probably going to be patient as long as a carrot is being dangled, right? That's the whole point with Phodian games, right? It's that little carrot of like, oh, if you just hooked your hammer on this rock instead, maybe it would work. There needs to be a certain amount of empowerment, right? They need to feel empowered. I'm going to put that in attitudes. Empowerment is a really important part of this sort of a game. If we're going to put a time limit on things and say you need to go through all this and you're going to be operating in these very, very high dramatic tension cycles, you need to feel very in control. If you're out of control and you're in those high tension cycles, then the tension cycle drops into boredom because now it doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do about it. And so I don't feel intense about it. I feel annoyed that you're pushing this tension on me when it isn't really doing anything. Okay. If you're playing Overwatch, you're a masochist. All right. All right. You gonna go back to sleep, little one? You're gonna go back to sleep. What do you think? There you go. There you go. We'll just set you up there, and you'll just enjoy being in my lap, and that'll be fine, right? That'll be cool. Maybe if I rotate you like that. Maybe like that. You're getting bigger, kiddo. This is not okay. You don't fit the way you used to. Not all right. Okay. Do you add hours to the child so it gets some work experience? There you go. This is just his first unpaid internship. I think they are, these types of people are very repetition based, right? They are, they're very willing to try and try and try and try again. But as long as that carrot is being dangled, right? They have to know there's something waiting for them at the end of the tunnel, and they need to have that empowerment. What's this all about? Hold on, let's try bringing this back up. I thought you were kind of done with this, but let's give it a shot. Thanks everyone for your patience while I wrangle the child. 1 second. All right, we're trying some food. We'll see if that works for him. Okay. I'm not feeling very good about these behaviors. I'm not going to lie. It feels like that could be more concrete, but I'm just going to leave it there. Once again, game jam, right? And I'm going to nuke the ages because I don't think this is, like, I don't think ages really factors into target emotions about this, right? If you're going for really intense jump scare, that might skew things a little more. But once again, I don't have any data to say a specific demographic is going to like this more than another. So I'm just going to not include it. I'm going to copy this player experience in because I think that's kind of the same thing. You have ads about to start up. Finish high school, already a retired dev. I mean, honestly, there's a guy that I follow. His name is Simon Game Dev. Dude is like 13, 14 years old or something. And he just barely built a game in Godot and sent it to Steve-O through his like Twitter DMs or something. And it's probably never going to get seen by anyone. But like, that dude is hustling. Do you know how much further ahead that guy is going to be over all of his classmates because he's doing stuff like that? Like, jeez. Theme interpretation. So, this is going to be hard. I only have one hand. So, superhero adventures following an electrically charged protagonist. Miller's Law will combine with Hicks and Fitz Law. Hicks and Fitz's Law. Okay, come here, dude. Come here. Oh, goodness. You're just having a tough time, huh? This is just being a little hard. There. Let's get the harness back up. At least one strap of it. Give you some support there. I know. This is just, it's so much movement when you don't want to be moving. You want to be sleeping. I get it. Okay. Well, combined with Hicks and Fitz laws. All right. Come on. Thank you, everyone, for your patience while I be a dad. Forgot I had that hat hanging off. All right. There we go. And zip. There we go. All right. We got an ad break. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back. GameMaker 2D Fighters, good to see ya. Welcome on in over on YouTube. Miss Jam Stuff, no worries. We've been having a good long stream today. It's been a good time. How are you doing? Little girl is needy. I need a strap. Yeah, no, this thing is the bomb. I love this thing. Okay. Let's jump back into our GDD. Miller's Law will combine with Hicks and Fitz's laws to create high tension moments where the player has to be evaluating a large field of input in the form of the symbols that are only temporarily on the screen. Yeah. Oh, darn it. That timer was just a little too late now. Darn. So the primary mechanic is clicking on falling objects. And the secondary mechanic really is going to be the RPG side of things, right? It's the health, it's the damage, all that sort of stuff. But clicking is the way you interact with the game. Art. Pixel art, comic book style. It would be great to visually jam this thing full of VFX to match the Overload theme. But I am bad at that right now, so it probably won't happen. Pixel art, comic book style. Delete that. Audio. High tempo, chip tunes would be great. If able to be sourced on We Love Indies. Otherwise, I'll find a high tempo, modern, probably don't want orchestral, modern and simple melody to be the theme song for Overload's adventures. Sound effects should be punchy with lots of electricity present. A punch should have some sort of sparks, for example. Okay. UI. I'm just going to delete all this, and I am going to paste in our UI screenshots. So here's our main menu. And then our fight. Our countdown. And then the falling objects. Okay. Oh, and we need the relics too. We need the relic screen. Yeah, we'll include both states. Why not? Relic, none chosen. And then I'm just renaming the artboards so that they can be more clear. Chosen and enabled. Okay, it's bad naming. Don't name things like I name. That was bad. All right. Here we go. Controls, yeah. Just mouse click. Mouse click and mouse move. That's going to be it for this game. No keyboard, no gamepad. Development timeline. I am going to copy and paste from our whiteboard. Okay. Just change some of these plurals to a singular. And then the team. Well, what did I call myself? Team It's-A-Me Joey-O, which is obviously a name that everyone is going to understand what on earth I'm trying to accomplish there. Great. Awesome. Okay. All right. That's our GDD. That's done. That took what, like an hour at most? And it's not even necessarily for me because I feel like I got pretty much everything dialed in this space. But now that if I have to hand this off to someone, they don't have to like try and parse through what any of this means. They can just read the GDD and get the distilled experience. It's going to be really important for judges, right? Okay. I think that's all the design work for now. I think that's it. I think it is time for some Godot. Let's do it. Woo! All right. We do have our tutorials here loaded up. And I'm going to need to find some different tutorials and play around with some stuff. In the meantime, I'm so terrified about this graphic design person. I can feel it coming. I can feel I couldn't notice you don't have all your emotes built out yet. I can feel it coming. I can feel it. It's coming in. So in Godot, we need to make a new project. Quit to project list. Yes. We're going to make a new, and this is going to be Overload. And we're not going to put it in OneDrive documents. I don't know why the crap that is like the default thing. And we don't want Godot platform. We just want the games folder. A new folder called Overload. This folder. Yes. I want it in that one. Cool. Great. Looking good. I pour water all over my son. Sorry, kiddo. My bad. I know. I'm sorry. That was very uncoordinated. Okay. So we're going to be living in 2D. I wish I could just, like, turn this 3D thing off. But let's, what's the first thing we should work on? Let's get the UI plugged in. So I'm going to go back to my browser now, actually. Go to our stream assets, and we're going to grab this as a button. We're going to go button. We're going to export that as a ping. And then how do we do this in GameMaker? Or in Godot? You see how I'm just, like, automatically thinking of things. Okay. Old habits. Old habits die hard. So we've got our viewport here. There you go. We are changing this to be 320 by 180. Launching Godot in 2D is my cue to leave. Can't stand that positive Y is down. In all seriousness, good night. Hope to see more of you this week. Good luck with the project. Thank you so much, Karazes. It has been wonderful having you here. Thank you for hanging out and joining us. It's been an absolute joy. Have a great night. All right. So we've got this set up here. In our UI, I think we'll export this just fight background. The symbol background. We'll just call it that. Export. And then let's start bringing some of these things in. This is the hard part for me, is like, how do I build this? I guess I could do like a polygon 2D thing, right? And just hand draw it for now. We'll probably need to do that eventually to a certain degree. So let's make a new scene, and this will be our symbol container, right? And we're going to add a child node, and it will be polygon 2D, collision polygon 2D. Yeah. So we'll just bring it straight down. Yeah. Oops. So this is my problem. I don't want to make a cup. I guess I can just do like this, right? Just make a little wall. Sheesh. Drag this in. Drag this in. Move these down. Because we just want like a line. We just want you to collide against a wall. Okay. Okay. And then, yeah, okay. Change that to 95. Or 94, sure. And then why is this throwing an error already? It is a child of... Okay. Okay, never mind. So maybe we're going about this wrong. Maybe we don't do this. Let's add a sprite. And then I can add the symbol background. And because we were designing things in the correct resolution in Figma, this should be just a simple drag and drop into the center. Okay. There's no snap to the center. That's a bummer. Let's go back to Figma and see where's this position. Well, that's just not going to be of any help, is it? Because these scales are different. Moving. Okay. All right. Whatever. We'll call that good for now. So we've got that. We are going to need... this gray rectangle we have back here. So we need to shrink that in, make it the exact right size so we can copy it over. Okay. And then we can say this is the oh, you know what? We need to change the height too. There we go. So this is going to be character stat backgrounds. Okay. Export. And we're going to do the same thing with this guy, and this is just going to be our graphic background. Character, graphic, background. Export. No, we only need one of them. There we go. Let's bring these in. All right. And then we could bring in our character stat background right here. Match those up. Bring in another character stat background. There we go. And then we bring in the graphic background. Oh. That was off. Okay. Slide that over. Good. Then bring that across. Okay. So this is kind of our basic fight UI. And then I imagine the rest of the stuff we're seeing on our UI is going to be drawn kind of programmatically. I think these bars are going to need to be done programmatically. The names and text and the character art and everything, all these meters, that's all going to be drawn in through Godot. So we need to come up with a way for the symbols to only fall in this space. It's simple enough to spawn them in that space. We just set a, X and a Y, or a max and a min X. But the concern is having them leave. We need to set up some walls. So let's add some new nodes. And this will be an area 2D. I have no idea if I'm doing this right, by the way. This is totally me just messing with stuff. Can I not define what the area is here? Maybe not. Oh, wait, no. That's right. We put in the area 2D and then we add a collision, right? And we don't really want a polygon. We just do a collision shape and do that. Add child node, collision shape. A shape must be provided for collision shape 2D to function. Ah, there we are. Okay, we just need a rectangle. There we go. Okay. There we go. Line that up. Simon Game Dev with the raid. Hello, Simon. How are you today? How was your stream? How's it going? Oh, goodness. How you doing, friend? Good to see you. We were talking about you just earlier today. I'm going to duplicate this. Can I duplicate it? Yes. Good. And then swing that over here. And then theoretically, everything should drop into this. Theoretically. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's good to see you all. So this scene is going to be our fight scene, I guess. Yeah, tell me all about it. How was your recent project going? Hat Trick Pie. Hat Trick Pie. Were you working on the Bugatti Drift Simulator? Hat Trick, thank you so much for joining in. As you may see, we are a fan of hats. Swap hats, says Cubus. Very well. Let me get this guy off. That was the most recent hat. We'll go for, what? This guy, the not quite a Stetson. Just finished working on our game jam. That's wonderfully exciting. How did it go? How was it? Okay, let's see if I can position this guy on top somehow. Oh, Swap hats. Swap hats again. Okay, we're gonna do a multi-swap. Hold on. Let's get rid of this guy. Oh, it's called Electric Overload, where you fix light bulbs. That sounds exciting. A fast-paced platformer. Okay, that's not where I would have taken that. That's exciting. Streaming part 2 tomorrow. I can't wait to see how it goes. That's wonderful. All right, we got this guy here, the fedora, and then maybe the Stetson on top, and then that's shoving my big sister crown down. There we go. There we go. This is just fine. This is just fine. Everything's good. A fast-paced platformer where you're fixing light bulbs. That is really interesting. The Fez was under Cthulhu the whole time. Yes. Oh my gosh, you're right. We gotta, yeah, there's the Fez. It was there the whole time. Woo! Oh, goodness. Okay. Well, very, very cool, Simon. Very cool. Welcome on in. Thrilled to have you. Eaton, yeah. Okay, so we've got all this stuff here, right? We've got our fight scene. We have our place where the symbols are going to fall. We've got the place where the player art is going to be with their health and shields and everything. And then we've got their power-up meter going to be down here. Same with the enemy with the timer. Let's start building the symbols that are falling. Is it hot with all those hats you have? The hats are not so much the problem as it is all the lighting in this room aspect. Yeah, that's the real tricky bit. If it weren't for the lights, the hats wouldn't be all that hot. But with all that insulation, yeah, it gets pretty darn hot. They're all cool heads. Well, you know, unless you ask, you know, someone who knows me, then they might say I have a bit of a hot head, but we'll see. Oh, they're all cool hats. They are cool hats. They're very cool hats. Okay. I'm so new to Godot. I barely even know where to go here. Should we attach a script to this? Maybe, right? Let's make some new scenes, and that will be like our symbols that we drop down. So we'll call this symbol brawl. We're going to add a child node. Rigid body. And you know what? We probably won't even want that, because we can probably swap out what sprite they're using, right? Programmatically on spawn. Right? Let's go back to Figma, and we'll just make some quick things here. In fact, we'll just use these guys. We'll just do this as, this is our block. This is energy. This is brawl. And then this is power. And we will export all of these. And I will make better things later in the jam according to our timeline. Right now, we just want fast functionality. That's what we want. We want the rigid body to be the root. Common cause of issues. Interesting. Okay, so that's good to know. Thank you, Cubus. This is my problem. When I make a new scene, it just says 2D scene, 3D scene, UI interface, or other node. Am I supposed to click on other node then? What is a 2D scene? Is that for like visuals? Because I think it's understandable why that would be weird. Yes, it is. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Thank you, Cubus. Thank you, Simon. Appreciate the confirmation there. So we'll change this to a rigid body. And then we can delete the rigid body node. We can add a new node of a sprite. And we need to bring in our sprites for our symbols to be falling. Grab all 4 of these, bring those in. And let's make a new folder for sprites. And then we'll make a new subfolder for symbols. Then we can bring these in and get stuff a little bit organized. Symbols, and let's make a new folder called UI. Because I can tell that's already going to get pretty out of hand. Whoa, 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 hats. Excuse you. Where do you think you're going? Your job's not done yet. So UI button can go in there, U2, and then you can go in there. Let's make a new folder for scenes. Scenes. We'll put fight scene in there. There we go. Then we'll delete the Godot icon. Yes, we totally need the Godot icon. Yes, for 2D games. Okay. There are tree base node types. 2D, 3D, and control. Those buttons just add one of those raw ones as root. But, like, what do those raw ones do? Why are those a root node, and why would attaching a rigid body node to that cause problems? We're trying to understand the, like, organizational model behind Godot. Okay. Sprite, symbol, block. That's you. Good job. You did it. Congratulations. We're probably going to want to shrink this down a lot. Let's take it to like 0.5. Man, that's so janky. Why is it so fuzzy? Oh, wait, there was something about that earlier. In our previous tutorial, we had to, like, change... Shoot, what was it? Rendering? No. I don't remember. We'll have to look it up again later, unless someone knows why. It is rendering? Okay. I want to understand, too. I started Godot a month ago. Loving it so far. Very nice. What does that mean? That means almost nothing. They just have a position in their dimension. Control has a little more. So every other node of that type builds upon. Okay, so it's like the parent node. So attaching a rigid body is like creating this child-parent structure instead of just having the child node be the node. And so like maybe you can put things on the parent node when it really should be on the child node instead. Is that kind of what can cause problems? Because that child node is what's going to have all the physics stuff built into it and everything, would be my guess. We're definitely going to be playing a lot in the physics category here. Is it nearest? We go to nearest? Oh, that's not really all that much better. Definitely fuzzy, definitely fuzzy, definitely fuzzy. All right. What if we change this like a 0.1? Is it still super fuzzy? Yeah, that's so weird. Why is it so fuzzy? That's bizarre. Okay. This node has no shape, so it can't collide. Ah, yes, so we need to add a child node, which is a collision shape. And we want it to be a circle shape, and we want it to conform to the sprite. There we go. All right, there we go. There is our symbol. There we go. You started programming. I mean, kind of. Godot is open. How about that? We have opened Godot. Oh, and you know what? We're on an ad break. Sorry. We'll be back. Okay, welcome back. When you instance your object, it will be added as a branch in your main scene, and you usually interact with the base node of that added scene, since the others are basically hidden. Got it. Okay, so it is what I was thinking, that if you add in a 2D scene, it won't have all that pre-built-in physics stuff. So when you try and manipulate that scene, you have to make sure you're going into the like rigid node attached to it, and it would be easy to forget to do that. Okay. Or maybe even things are assuming that it's not going to behave that way, and so it would not be able to target things. So, got it. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Cubus. Appreciate it. Okay. Now in our fight scene, let's attach a script. I'm gonna make a new script. Hierarchy-wise, is this the right place to put this? I don't know. Let's just do it. So this will be our symbol spawner. Okay. So I kind of want to see what happens if I bring in our symbol node. So if I hit play, will this just fall down like I hope it will? Select current, yeah. Oh, that's itty bitty. This is very tiny. Hold on. Hold on. Where's our Godot player? All right. Darn it. Darn it. Why is this not working anymore? Come on. This one? No. Darn. Goodness. I can't seem to capture the gameplay. No. No, it's not that. It's not that. Huh. Maybe we need to go back to our editor settings and turn on that multi-menu thing. Multi-window. Because that's not what we were really needing anyways. Let's drag this out. Let's check it out. Are we going to work? No, we're still not seeing it. Bummer. Man. This is why I need multiple monitors, so I can just do a screen capture and not have to worry about any of this. Captain Anosa, hello, welcome in. I'm sorry I didn't get to catch your stream the other day. How's it going? How are your projects going? Ah, there we go. It found it. Nice. Okay, so check this out. When I hit play, it's not turning on in time, but you can see no blue ball is there. It is falling straight down, so we're good. We're good. So that is operating the way I would hope it would. So now all we need to do is spawn them in. So let's attach our script. Symbol spawner. Do we don't really want this to go on ready. We want like a spawner. We don't need to tell it to move, which is great. Captain Nosa, that's all right. My stream was pretty short anyway. Things are going great. I got some crab cakes. Fresh crab cakes from the sea. Very nice. Very cool. Hope you enjoy them. Cubus, Godot window capture is really weird. Since the running game is always in a new window, the reference is usually lost when stopping the game. Yeah, it's a little awkward. A little awkward. Okay. So, what we want here is when the player has clicked go and the timer finishes, start spawning things in. So we want that spawning in to be like a function, right? So function spawn. we care about delta? I don't know. Maybe. And then we could say, like, we'll worry about the conditional logic later. Okay. The way I did this in Rescue is we set up like 5 different timers that were all kind of randomized, and then they would spawn in platforms at those random times. And it feels like we should be doing something similar, just like vertically instead of horizontally. The problem is I don't really know how to do any of that in Godot. So we have like a timer in Godot. What is timer? A countdown timer. Perfect. Counts down a specified interval and emits a signal on reaching 0. Can be set to repeat or one-shot mode. Note, the timers are affected by engine timescale. A higher scale means quicker timeouts. And vice versa. Okay. To create a one-shot timer without instantiating a node, use scenetree.createTimer. That feels like what I'd want to do, but I don't know like why I would want a node of it. Let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Timer. But you're not a child of that. So for the timer, your wait time will be... Sure. 1 second. And then can we just like duplicate this a bunch of times? And then just kind of push you up and down a smidgen? Timers are dope. Why a node? Everything is a node, but you can also use it purely in the code within a wait statement if you wanted to. I mean, that's kind of what I imagined I might want to do. I don't know. It feels weird coming from GameMaker to have these as individual, like, object type sort of attributes. Make It So Games over on YouTube. Hello. Welcome on in. How are you doing, friend? Good to see ya. We are building our Game Jam submission here. Extra long stream today. We're going to go for an extra, another 2 hours or so. We've been going at this for 5 hours. Jiminy Christmas. Feels like it's been a minute. So in our script, we can say, if timer Narvin, I struggled with the same thing, and it's why I came back to GameMaker. There you go. There you go. Making It So Games doing well. Thanks, working on my game. Very cool. Well, hey, do I know what game you're making? Making It So Games? I don't have you in my spreadsheet. Making It So, what are you making? I'm assuming something Star Trek related. If you switch to the node tab on the top right, you can connect a signal timeout. Ah. Oh, look at this. Emitted when the timer reaches 0. So do I like click and drag that in? Connect a signal to a method. Check out the docs on signals. They're everywhere. Oh my goodness. You can emit a signal to call a function from a node. You can emit a signal to call a function from a node. Okay. So like inside of my timer, on timeout, I would want to connect it somehow to this spawning in function, right? But then like I'm not seeing my script in here. So like how do I find my function? I got it. Okay, it's good. We're getting the right mental model. How do I now connect these things? Because I'm not seeing that. I mean, is it just because no, it's saved. It's a symbol spawner. Press connect. Well, sure, but like, what do I connect it to? right? There's no, like, I can't find my script. How do I tell it which function to call? Make it so games. I'm calling it Coconut Head. Coconut Head. It's a twin stick platformer Metroidvania made with GameMaker. Nice. Thank you for telling me the engine. I got you in my spreadsheet now. I have a few recent shorts with some simple gameplay of an enemy I'm working on. Oh, very cool. Hold on. Why can I add someone as a moderator, but I can't, like, view their profile? This is dumb. YouTube, you're dumb. This is really dumb. Make it so games. There we go. All right, I'm subscribed. Hey, this is cool. Hold on. Hold on. Go to the browser. We're pausing on Godot. Let's check this out. And be gone, Chillfi.
I see you subscribing.
Very cool. This is impressive to build in GameMaker, I'm not gonna lie. Anything with, I've learned this the hard way. Anything with, like, jumping in GameMaker is a nightmare to have to build. My goodness.
If you haven't seen this game yet, check it out. This is the grip grenade gun in my twin.
Oh, you got like some voxely type sort of stuff. Nice.
Mac and PC. Check this gun out. This is so sick. Blow up enemies, blow up brick.
You can probably tell that I'm not an artist or an animator. I'm a programmer. I'm making a platformer beat-em-up game in the GameMaker engine, and it took me over 2 hours in Adobe Animate to animate these 5 frames of the hero grabbing and throwing an enemy. It's awful. This is really just a placeholder for now. The art will get an overhaul at some point down the line.
That's super cool. Whoa! Promotional game art. Nice. That's cool. That's rad. Very, very cool. Thank you so much for sharing. GameMaker is underrated. It is. It really is. The symbol spawner script needs to be attached to a node if it isn't. I thought I did. I have a demo if you want to play sometime. That was my dream game I had to stop making. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'd love to play the demo. We do all sorts of analysis and everything on the stream, as I think you know. You've been here for a little bit. Yeah, if you have a link of something that I can, like, play in the web or something, send it my way. I'd love to check it out. Oh, Titanium, say hi to Artemis. All right, hold on. Let me go grab her. We'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, there's Artemis. There she is. Okay. Say hello, Artemis. Say hello. All right. Okay. Whew. That's a good workout when you've got a baby on you, too. Whew. Good night. It's a good thing I just had a back injury. Oh. All right. Oh, okay. Okay. That's fine. That was fine. Let's update the demo. It's not HTML5 though. Okay, yeah. I mean, send me a link and I'll take a look at it. Titanium, yes, she is a good dog. Yes, beautiful dog. Don't kill him before the jam ends. Oh, let's turn that music down. It's getting a little loud. Okay. So we need to connect it to a node, and the node needs to have the script attached. I mean, I came up here and I clicked attach clicked open script, didn't I? Ugh. So gonna do that. And then we can connect the timer just to here. Oh no, can't see do. Sorry, thank you, appreciate it. So I just connect it here. Yeah, we've got on timer timeout. So now can I drag that in? Ah, function on timer timeout. Okay. So we'll want this to be call spawn and pass in delta. Okay. All right. So when that timer runs out, we are going to run this code now. So we need to instantiate a new node. We need to make a new node. Create. I need to like sit down and read the documentation here. Why was that freaking out? Okay. And you don't have access to Delta there. You probably also won't need it. That's true because it's not in a process, is it? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay. So is it add child? Are you gonna give me documentation about you? Good, yes. Adds a child node. Nodes can have any number of children, but every child must have a unique name. Child nodes are automatically deleted when the parent node is deleted, so an entire scene can be removed by deleting its topmost node. Okay. If the child node already has a parent, the function will fail. Okay. So, do we really want to add a child node? That doesn't seem like it's what we're looking for, right? Like, we just want to call it into the scene, which I guess would be creating a child node, but like, when it says that you have, like if it already has a parent, then it can't be added in here. That makes me think I've got the wrong mental model. Yeah, we do want add child, Jack? Are you sure? Okay, all right, we got Fortunes jumping in too, so great. Okay, so we add in the node. And the node would be a symbol. But it doesn't look like it's finding it. Add child symbol. Spawning something has 3 steps. Load the scene, instantiate it, and add it to the Bar Interactive. Hello, welcome on in with the raid. Good to see you. Come on in, we're learning Godot from practically nothing. So I can do a game jam within 9 days. This seems like a good plan. How are you, Bar Interactive? It's so good to see you. My goodness. Yeah, how was your stream? How's I forget the name. Your super cool racing game. With the ghosts and the synth punk sort of style. What is its name? Shoot. That's gonna drive me crazy until you let me know. But yeah, how was the stream? Deja Drift. There it is. Deja Drift. I got it before I saw it in chat. It was Deja Drift. Yeah, what have you been up to? What are you working on? By the way, welcome in, everyone. We're a charitable organization devoted to helping people develop the skill sets they need to enter the video game industry. It's a big part of what we're doing right now. We're doing our very first quarterly game jam sponsored by Riverwolf Games. So if that sounds like a good time to you, you can go check out our jam and how it's a little bit different from the other jams over at the following link. Adding Steam input support to it. Oh, very cool. Very cool, Bar. Nice. That sounds dry, but the end result is very exciting, right? Thanks for coming in. Thank you for the raid. Relevant docs page. Oh, thank you. Okay. Instancing scenes. You can alternately call... Okay. Scenes are templates from which you can create as many reproductions as you'd like. This operation is called instancing. So it's like a symbol or an object or whatever, depending on what language you're in. Load the scene from the local drive. Create an instance of the loaded packed scene. This sounds very complicated. Preloading the scene can improve the user's experience as the load operation happens when the compiler reads the script and not at runtime. Okay. At that point, scene is a packed scene resource, not a node. To create the actual node, you need to call packScene.instantiate. It returns a tree of nodes that you can use as a child of your current node. Boy, this is just a different language, isn't it? The advantage of this two-step process is you can keep a pack scene loaded and create new instances on the fly. For example, to quickly instance several enemies or bullets. Okay, so like okay. So we do variable instance, like variable symbol, equals scene.instantiate. Oh, and then they have the... Oh, jeez. Okay, so we can preload. And then we replace this with our symbol. Yeah. Okay. Well. Let's just delete all of that. And then we'll do this. Here we go. Come on. You're gonna embarrass me in front of everyone? There we go. Got it. There we go. Okay, so we're preloading this in. If you take from file system and drop in code, you can preload. Okay, got it. God, fast, I have an appointment. I'll be lurking. No worries, Bar. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for the raid. It is great to have you here. Best of luck at your appointment. Thank you for hanging out. Okay. Hold Alt to also add preload. Oh, really? Alt doesn't seem to make sense to me. Use load as I think preload is meant to happen on ready, which I think it should, right? Like we should, this is what I was thinking, right? Oh dear. Reload or preload all of these symbols. So we have like attack or symbol brawl, right? Consistent language, goodness. Symbol brawl. So like in GameMaker, I would spawn it in and then I would change the sprite of it. Is that the right order that I would do here? Or would I like preload these and change the sprites in the preload and then spawn those in? Move it above the ready and use on ready? Why? What is this? Function on ready. On ready. You guys. We're on good tracks here. You know, I think we're really going to be able to pull off all that I wanted to and more in the timeline of this project. I think this game jam's going to go fine. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. We successfully called, preloaded a thing. Look. Easy game. We got it. Like 90% of the way there. Okay. So we've got the symbol here. Need to throw a pass back in here. We don't... No, we do need this. And this is going to... Instead of scene, it's going to be symbol. So we're preloading this in, right? And then we are saying this symbol is going to be equal to an instantiation of this. And that matters for reasons. And then we add the child symbol. Right? Okay. We don't have errors. There are no errors. It's fine. Okay. OnReady makes something behave as if it was assigned in _ready. Okay, so why don't we just put it in _ready then? Why are we doing it above? Why are we doing this different thing that makes me look like an idiot in front of everyone? Wait, no, that's just me streaming. Never mind. I already look like an idiot in front of everyone. Syntactic sugar. Oh, perfect. I love... See, man, this is why programming is so inaccessible. So you can use the variable everywhere. You look amazing, don't you worry. Like an amazing fool. So if it were in the ready function, it would be locally scoped to ready, and you couldn't call it outside of anywhere else. Is that the idea? This is useful if you interact with the scene tree, like getting a reference to a node. OnReady var sprite. This is useful if you interact with the scene tree, like getting a reference to a node. Okay. If you declare the variable in the ready function, you can... Okay, so it is locally scoped. Okay, good. In this case, it's technically useless. Okay. Okay, perfect. Great. I'm glad I've got some good tutors here. So, I'm adding this child in, right? But then, like, how do I tell it where to get added in? Is it now just a part of this node tree, but then it doesn't technically really exist in the scene itself yet? In the game, visibly to the player? Oh, we got ads. Hold on, we got ads. We'll be back. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. When you add it to the tree, it is now visible. But I haven't told it where to go. Does it just spawn in at 0, 0 by default or something? $ ABC is a shorthand for get node. Get node. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So when Fortune says $ symbol container, that's saying get node that, right? So it's kind of like dot notation, but for nodes specifically. So you don't have to type in like get object, get node, whatever. In GameMaker, you know, object get index or whatever. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. That makes sense. Okay. So add child will add it to the symbol spawner script. 0, 0. So set the position of the node before you add it to the tree. So before we add the child, we need to say like symbol dot what x? Can we do like just dot x equals 40, and then symbol dot y equals 0. Dot position dot x. Okay. Thank you. Symbol container is your top level. I wasn't expecting. It's not really symbol container. It's really more just fight scene. Did that just do it? No, it's not adding it in yet. You're gonna have a bad time because the variable in line 19 is the same as the variable in line 4. You should make them different. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Symbol, create. And then symbol template. And then we have symbol underscore create. And then create. There we go. Check if your timer is starting. Oh, you know what? It's probably not. Let's put auto start on. Position is relative to the parent node position. So this is 40 pixels to the right of the symbol spawner script, which has a physical location in the scene. Hey, look at that. Look at that. We're halfway there. We've almost built this entire game. It's great. Oh, shoot. Okay. So now we just need to like set this to like a random x, and then the y can be there. So variable random x equals random number generator. That looks like what I'm looking for. Sheesh. This documentation is not the best, I'm not gonna lie. It makes GameMaker's documentation look really good. Like, I just want to know what parameters it accepts. You know, that's kind of all I want to know right now. And then there's, like, this stuff, but that doesn't mean anything to me. And maybe it's just because I'm not in the right place, and I'm looking for something that doesn't exist. Because, like, this makes it sound like these are different functions. Jeez. Between from and to. This is what I want. Right here. I want a range. Random range. Random I range. Yes. This. This is what I want. Right here. There are random generation methods in the global scope. You don't need the RNG class. What? What? Is that this? Is this the RNG class? You can just use Okay. Random I range between, let's say like 50 and 270. Okay, let's try that. Good. Yes. 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 Look at this. It's beautiful. I just need to repeat that like 5,000 times. And then we'll have beautifully dropping randomized symbols. Okay. Good. Good, good. So now for timer 2. How did I connect to this? Oh, it's in the node tab. Right. God, this UI. Connect. Can I connect all of them at the same time? No, of course not. Why would I? Connect. Connect. And connect. We'll bring all of these up. And then we'll add in spawn. To be chased by a giant demon clown. I was such a big fan of Spawn back in the day. I mean, I'm still a big fan of Spawn. When I was a kid, though, I was big into Spawn. I was the poster child for 90s extra radness. You can connect them all to the same method if you pick. It didn't want to let me. Like it says, select a single node to edit its signals. Am I missing something? Change the method at the bottom of that pop-up. Ah, okay. Oh. Okay, so if I had... Okay. So hold on, let me remove these connections. No, don't delete the node. Just delete the connection. Disconnect. Disconnect. So I'm going to get rid of that. And then, if we pick spawn, connect. Nothing happened. Gotta live with them. Make sure to disconnect everything now. What do you mean? What am I doing? Nothing's happening in the code. So do I delete all this now? Do I get rid of all the code? This is such a different mental model than GameMaker is. Like, it's way different. Spawn. And then timer 5. Spawn. Okay, so everything is in spawn. Ah, disconnect. I see. Gotcha. See that green door there? That means a signal is connected to that method. Okay. By the way, why do we call them methods when they're obviously called functions? You can delete the unneeded code now. Okay, so only threw in the code because it was like, you don't know what you want to hook this up to yet. We're going to put this in here so that you can hook it up later. Is that the idea? Function and method are the same thing. Then why do we use different words? Fortunes? Why? Object-oriented... No, it's bad speak is what it is. One word. Depends on what language you come from. Yeah. Just let me be a grumpy old man. Okay. Thank you all, by the way, for all of your support and input for all this. Odd Oculus, hello, welcome in, friend. How are you doing? How's the MOBA life? Function equals any function. Method equals function of an object. Okay. That's helpful. Actually, that's very helpful. That sorts out the information architecture for me. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Thought I was already following. Nah, man, I'm not a part of the cool kids yet. Good to see ya. I'm now in. That was the induction ceremony. You followed. I'm there. It's great. Succulent. Yes. Oh, I love it. That's one of my favorite things is just different words. I'm going to use that. Life is succulent. My goodness. That's fantastic. Same as variable equals any. Member equals var of an object. See, and I've never even heard of member. My goodness. My development understanding is very lackluster. Okay, so this is good. This is working. We're not getting a bunch of them happening for some reason. Like, we should be having this times 5, right? Member is rare? Okay, all right. Can I, like, grow that? Yeah, okay. Auto start. Yeah, you're dead right. You're dead right. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Perfect. Oh, that's looking so good. That's looking so good. Yes. Good progress. Good progress. Okay, I mean, we gotta work on the edges here. We gotta shrink that in a little bit, but that's looking so good. It's looking so good. And then I need to make a random symbol. Right? So we need some way to differentiate that this is a brawl symbol, this is a defense symbol, this is an X, Y, or Z symbol, right? So we need some way to randomize that from a pool. Relevant docs page for window scaling. Thank you. I will need that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, hey, guy. Okay. Random symbol. So we need a place where that's defined, right? I would imagine I'd need some sort of an array, and then we pick from that array. Maybe Tall, you're in Godot now. Yeah, we're doing Godot for this game jam. Yeah, and I am less than a noob at it, and everyone's being very patient in teaching me the absolute basics, because I only went through like 2.5 videos worth of a tutorial on how to build a platformer. Project settings, stretch mode. Viewport and stretch aspect is keep. Ooh. Thank you, Cubus. Hold on, I need to check that out. I've of course broken it because I have this thing here. Hold on. Lies! Love this! Look at that! Oh, it's so good. So good. Okay. Can I say I love you still have the crown? It's got the strap. It's really hard to take off. Godot is the one I know. Very nice, Mimi Tall. Very nice. Okay. Whew. My goodness. So, like, should we, like, on ready, make a symbol type equals, and then I'm imagining I can do this for an array. So we could do brawl, block, energize, and super power. Right? Arrays in Godot have a pick random function. Good. I was hoping for that. I was hoping they would. So is it gonna be like array, or symbol type dot random? Pick random? Ooh, that would be cool. That would be really cool. It's yelling at me up here though. Okay. This is gross. I don't like putting them as strings. It feels like it would be better to do it as like an enum or something. But I don't know how to do that in Godot. And we're in a game jam, so we're gonna just push forward with something that I think makes some sort of sense. Okay, so we're gonna pick a random type. And then we need to, on this symbol, have some sort of values we manipulate based on which type it is. So we need to add a script to this, attach a script, symbol stats. Okay. You don't need to have it on ready. I don't? Okay. Is it bad to have it on ready? Is that like a bad thing? Enum type. So enum type, or I guess enum symbol type, I'm assuming. And then what, is it curlies? I know it's curlies in other languages. All right, let's get the documentation here. No, you're not going to give me the syntax of how to declare an enum in you? No! Oh, I don't like that. I'm constantly having to look up syntax. But I mean, I guess that works. All right. But now we can't do a simple pick random, right? How do you do a random enum? All syntax here. Thank you. Let's bring this in here. Gotta do that yourself. Lame. Lame. All right. Random symbol equals rand I range of 0, or I guess 1. No, it's 0. The enums usually start at 0, right? They're like arrays like that. Enum. Yeah, they start at 0. Okay. I liked more the array thing. I just didn't like having them as strings. It just feels icky to me. One of the gripes that those can't be control clicked. Yeah, yeah. So 0, 1, 2, 3. There we go. And then symbol Godot is very string-based, and that is okay most of the time. Oh, okay. You can make an array of enum values, sure. That makes sense. I saw that in the documentation just barely. Oh, Pirate Software is breaking the world record for hype trains again. Sure. Great. Oh, Fortune's Favor. I just barely saw what you posted in the Discord. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you. Symbol type dot brawl symbol type dot. Okay. Then pick random. Okay, I was going to say black. That's interesting. I wonder where that came from. Okay. So, if we want to keep the just pick random, which I for sure do, right? We could do variable symbol type array equals, and then just rebuild this. Dot brawl symbol type dot block symbol type. This seems really silly. Not gonna lie, this feels very strange. Symbol type dot superpower. Okay. And then we're gonna pick at random from the array. Right? Okay. Like get node ABC used as a string as a node path. Okay, gotcha. And $ just hides it. Sure. Yeah, got it. Got it. Okay. So we're getting that random thing. Now, how do we get that random thing to be a part of this? And I'm guessing we can set some values in here. Like we could do like variable damage equals 0 and variable block equals 0 and variable energize equals 0 and variable super power equals, that's one I don't really know. We'll say 0. Got to figure out how to structure that. Looks like they are breaking it. Random sub. Oh, guy. Once again, thank you for your patience while I deal with a 1-month-old who is hanging out with me today. All right. Here you go, guy. No, you just wanted a different position. I get that. I turn around in bed all the time. Cubus, you're making the kid cry. Oh, gosh. Okay. Who? So then we can say, I'm assuming we can make like a bunch of ifs now, right? Or like a switch. On random symbol. And once again, I don't know the casing or the syntax for all this. But on that, add soon. Well, in about 6 minutes, you're close. Gotta work on that timer. Switch equals max. Okay. All right, let me check out this page here. Switch. Oh, switch equals. Oh, I see what you're saying. So we don't call them switches. We call them matches. Okay. This drives me crazy. Freaking programming, man. Why can't we just agree on something? Okay. Like, this is obviously a switch. Let's not kid ourselves, Gudu. This is a switch. These are cases. Remove case, remove any breaks, change default to a single underscore. Okay. Okay, so we've got 1. Or should we do like brawl? Colon, and then we set symbol create dot damage equals 1. Is that gonna work? Or are we gonna have to do the whole like symbol type dot? PHP has both switch and match. Oh boy. We have agreed to disagree. This is a long stream. It is a long stream. Yeah, we've got about a little over another hour. We're gonna go for another 30 minutes, 40 to 50 minutes or so. Oh my gosh, I gotta take this off. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a second. There we go. Easy. I've been wearing that thing for like 5 hours. Yeah, we're gonna go for like another 50 minutes, and then we'll swap over to an analysis of a game that a community member has made. Which I'm very excited about that. We'll do that for our last half hour or so of the stream, like we're wont to do around here. What's my goal for today? I want to get as much progress made as I can. We already got through the big bulk of it, which was there we go. Which was the design and everything. We got the design all fleshed out. We know what we're doing. We got UI built. We got the GDD built. It's just a matter of coding. So we want to get all of the mechanics done, all the programming done by Wednesday. And then we have Wednesday till Saturday to build like tutorials and stuff and refine the UX of everything. And then from then till submission day is going to be our polish time. So building art, bringing in animations, juicing it all up, all that sort of stuff. Swap no hat for no hat. It's true, but I don't want to rob people of their valuable channel points. There's only so many of them to go around, you know. Some poor child is mining those out of a dangerous work environment. I don't want them to go to waste. Okay. So I'm assuming I can just do this, right? And then if it is block, change block to 1. Hungry Margaret, we had Artemis on the stream just a little bit ago. Someone redeemed say hi to Artemis. Okay. We do have ads starting up soon. So this is Energize. Say hi to Artemis. All right. We'll go do that. And then, oh man. Superpower equals 1, I guess. Just turn it on. Superpower. Set to 1. Okay. New cryptocurrency idea. Bitcoins mined only by watching Twitch streamers. You'd be rich. You'd be a billionaire because Bezos would love you. All right. I'm going to go grab Artemis and then we'll do our ad. We'll be right back. There she is. Say hi. Just say hi. Hello, hello. All right. There she is. She's a good girl. There you go. Woo! Pulled a hook out of the wall there. That's not good. I'll have to fix that after the stream. Godot has booleans, just in case you're using... I wasn't, but then as I was going, I was like, this should probably be what it is. Change that. The others are all like monetary values I want, but this one not so much. Glad Twitch showed me your stream. This is so fun and educative. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad, Titanium. I'm glad you joined in and hung out with us. Whew, boy. Okay. So we've got our switch state set up. We should be getting different things. Now I need to have a, like... a sprite, right? So we need to set, like... Sprite? 2D? Equals? That's probably not how you do it. Let's see. Let's go to our documentation. Set sprite. Can I add private Godot tutor to my portfolio now? Or is it, you could totally put private Godot tutor into your thing. Here's what we do. Taught a seminar on Godot, a live action seminar in front of 15 to 30 people. That's what you write down. All right, we got ads. We'll be right back. All right, here we go. Hungry Mungry, I genuinely hope you do make it in PowerPoint. If someone makes a game in PowerPoint, that's a pretty good shoe-in for funniest game category. Not gonna lie. I think my favorite note is the control. It has so much potential. There's a joke in there about ultimate control and ultimate corruption and something. I don't know. It's in there somewhere. You find it out. You let me know. Okay. So, how do we set a sprite? I don't want animation. I don't want to like change the frames. I want to change the sprite. How change node sprite in Godot? Texture property. Okay. That kind of makes sense. Texture? So we could do symbol create dot texture equals, and then can I do like, oops. Bring it in. Is that gonna work? Managed to get my new progression system to work in Gold for Glory. Hey, congratulations, Memphis. That's awesome. I use capital T, but that's what it told me to do. Look, if I type in texture, if I type in come on, text, dang it. Fine. Sprite.texture equals new sprite texture. Okay, so I think I've got it right. Yeah? Let's test this just to see if it's doing it. No, it's not. What was that error? Invalid set index texture with the value of type string. Okay, so do we need to like not refer to that node, but we need to look at like the sprite 2D dot? Is that gonna fix it? No. Invalid get index. Okay. What is symbol create? Symbol create is symbol template. So it's this symbol. It's this guy. It's this node. That's why I was wondering, like, do we need to reference the sprite 2D for it? Yeah, that's not really being a thing. What was that? Sprite.texture equals new sprite texture. Make a function inside the symbol create that you call to do what you want inside. Oh boy. Okay. So set sprite. We'll pass in brawl. And then function set sprite. And we'll do type. Pass in. What is the base node in symbol template? Sprite? Rigid body 2D is the base node. So, I guess I'm just wondering why this is going to be any easier. So if we do like $, symbol sprite 2D dot texture equals, and then this, then we do match type And then if it's Brawl, do that. GameMaker 2D Fighters. I went back to see what I miss. I know what I'm making for the jam. Getting started on it. Yeah, 2D Fighters. How are you doing this jam? You're already in like a different jam while you're working on your own project with a tight deadline and baby twins. How are you going to possibly do this? Memphis Macaroon. So you're trying to add a texture to a node that doesn't have a texture. You need to add it to the symbol creates child node, which is the sprite. Okay, so and I'm guessing I just like was referencing it incorrectly then, right? So it's supposed to be like $ symbol / sprite 2D dot texture. And could I do, instead of $ symbol, could I do symbol create? Is that gonna work? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna work. Okay. Dot texture equals this. The easiest way to do that is have the symbol have a script and just call the symbol script and set values from there. Have the symbol have a script and just call the symbol script. You can't do it like that. I know. Come here. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Here, let's give you some food. Okay. I see the logic, it's just the wrong logic. Well, that's the thing about abstract programming languages. There's no real way to know what the right language, what the right logic is until you're told. There's no like, oh, this brick fits into that brick. You know, there's no physical constraints around anything. So we got to figure this out. Okay, that would work, I guess, but it's messy. You do have a script for symbol template. So make a function inside that script, then send the texture as a parameter and set it inside the script. Symbol create dot add texture my texture. Okay, the $ only work for stuff present in the tree, so it'll only work for that first symbol you make. Okay, interesting. Okay, so if we do this, symbol create, oops, come on. Symbol create, too much info, I know, Titan. It's drinking from a fire hose, it really is. Dot add texture. And it would be, you know, brawl, right? That's what we pass in. Add texture, I'm assuming, needs to be like a function in here, right? In the symbol itself. So it'd be like func add texture. And then we'd pass in a file path. Yes, indeed. Okay. Okay. What you should do is go on the symbol stats script and just pass in the type of symbol you want into that to organize the script better. Okay, so instead of doing the stat allocation in the spawning, put it in the... Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I'd buy that. That makes perfect sense. So, delete this. So we could just do symbol stats, symbol create dot symbol stats, and then we pass in, random symbol, right? Hold on. There you go. Oh. 2D Fighter, I decided to do the things I don't have already, but need, so I'm not reusing for your jam, but I will reuse for mine. I'm gonna try to get a game loop together by the first critique. Man, best of luck, dude. I can't wait to see. Cannot wait to see. Okay. Oh, little one. What's the big idea? What's the big idea? Are you just awake now? Oh, I know. Let's see here. Hi, those big eyes. Big eyes. Oh, buddy. Oh, bud. Oh, bud. Come here. Okay. So we'd make that call, right? The like symbol stats call, and the add texture and everything that would all happen inside there, and the stat and that whole match thing would be in there, right? That's what would make sense to me, right? I think that would do it. Let's try it. It feels a lot better. And then we would just pass in a random symbol, right? Pass in random symbol. In fact, we wouldn't even want to do that in here, right? We'd want that to be in the... Oh. All right, 1 second. Let me take care of this guy. All right, we're back. Thank you, everyone, for your patience there. Okay, gonna head to bed. See you tomorrow. Thanks so much, Jack. We'll see you mañana. Appreciate you. Thank you for all your help. Oh, man, I feel like so free. The kid is with his mom, and I can just be here. This is great. Okay. So I'm gonna copy this, undo, bring that function call back, and then just cut all this and throw it into our symbol here. Okay. And then we need, what variable do we need here? Symbol type. Which is actually what we're passing in. So we need some sort of like define type script, right? So func define type, and you're bringing in symbol type, and then we tab that all in, and then in here we remove anytime we mention symbol type, we just delete that. Match on symbol type. So match on that. Set the value. Set the texture. Should be simple. Yeah. Oh, and then symbol create is not a thing. We can just delete symbol create. Oops. Ah, goodness. Keyboard shortcuts. I'm drowning. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Making it happen. Olympic level IDE. Here we go. There we go. And then we should be able to just copy this add texture to block. And then energy. And then, excuse me, power. All right, let's test this out. Okay, crashing on startup, that's fine. Oh, that's why. We don't need that anymore. Still breaking, huh? Identifier brawl not declared in the current scope. Okay. So if I just put you in quotes. Oh, you know what? We need to like copy this in. Enum symbol type. Then we need to change this. Random. And then we can do symbol type dot. I think that, whoa, dear. I think that'll do it. Oops. Oh, and add texture doesn't mean anything. Right, of course. I don't know if you do it already, but you could add the block and damage, etc. inside the script, depending on the texture you add. That's, I think, if I'm understanding you correctly, that's what we're doing right now. Yeah. Sprite 2D dot texture equals. Yeah, Sprite 2D is not declared. Okay. So $? Sprite 2D? I mean, let's just do this, right? Yeah, okay. So I got it right. Equals, and then we just use the file path, right? Now hold on, did I just learn something? Can I select text and then... Yes, so if you select a whole block of text and you hit and you type shift quote to type in a quote, it will not replace it with a quote. It will put it all in quotes. So it's a little annoying to have to reconfigure my brain around that, but that's pretty cool. I think I'm gonna like that more. Okay. Don't you need preload there? I don't know. Do I? When do I need preload? Because we're not creating it in here, right? It's fine, small jam project, who cares? Oh, shoot. Yeah, I'm not sure where we would be preloading what. Let's see what happens when we run it. Hey, it's running. It's not doing a whole lot, but it ran. Invalid call, non-existent function symbol stats. You're right. It's define symbol. Define type. Excuse me. Define type. Try that. Okay, so it's not liking the file path being there. Any other scenario? Yes, would Titanium. But what? What would it get preloaded? Probably need to use load on the string paths. Jeez, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Like, there has to be a better way to like do this, right? There has to be. Where this is my big problem with coding. Coming at it from the position of a designer. The problem is it's completely undiscoverable what you're supposed to be doing, right? All of these little syntactical things that are different for every different language, there is no way for you to discover it other than just reading the manual and then hoping through the reading of it, you understand it well enough to actually implement it. It's bad. It's not good. We gotta fix this, y'all. We gotta find a way to make coding fit together better. All right, let's try that. There we go. Look at that. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Very cool. Oh, that's good. That's good, that's good, that's good. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting this spawner built in. This is awesome. Okay. Implement AI in the engine that guess and second guess everything you do while coding. What, so just ChatGPT? ChatGPT trained on Twitch chat? Okay. This is great. I want, like, way more symbols than this. So we're going to grab all of these and we're going to duplicate them. Will this just run? Yes. That feels good. That feels good. When you have things set up correctly and it just goes, that's nice. We need to bring this in a little bit. Things are falling outside. Do I go mad with power? And I do 20 of them? So we've got them like cascading in waves, which is interesting. Like they're getting created and then start falling. So can I set the instancing of them to be like a negative 50? Spawn them above? Can you randomize the timer? It all comes in waves. Exactly, exactly, Memphis. Okay, that's feeling better. We're not getting that, like, lag in. But we definitely do want to randomize the timers. So how do you do a randomized timer in Google Sploots? Godot randomized timer. How do I make randomized timed spawning? Oh no, that's not what I'm looking for. No, go away, YouTube ads. Go away. Be gone. I really do need to get YouTube Premium. Init rand? Oh, that's a function. Set wait time within a random range. Okay. So, theoretically, we could have it like on timeout. Can I like add something else in here? I can connect something else. I could make a what? Like func randomize timer. And then we would say set wait time, rand range, and then give it a minimum and a maximum. So like a 0.1 and 0.5. Would that work? And then connect it. If you want different times on each timer, you can do it in the ready function and loop through all the children, that is the timers, and set the new time with random value. Okay. Oh, that was built 7 years ago. We would want floats, wouldn't we? Set wait time not found in base self. Can I try this anyways? And then pick. Wait, randomize. Oh, do I need to save it? Huh. No method, huh? Well, that's weird. I'd like this to work. I'd like to make this work because it seems like it would be really easy to just, when you run out of time, then, I mean, whatever. I guess we can just do it here, right? We don't need an extra function. I mean, it's a little messier, but... yeah, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. This would be easy if you make a new node in the tree. Call it timers or something. Put all timers inside. Okay. So we'll add a new node. PowerPoint isn't working. I'm so glad you're trying it. That makes me happy. So we're just making an empty node, I'm assuming, right? Just something completely empty that we will shove all of these timers inside of. And then, I'm gonna cut that. Attach a script to this. Will be timers. And then for, and this, I don't even know how to do a for loop in this. Timer in $timers, which is the node, right? .get children. Okay, that makes sense. Timer.wait time float value. Okay. So it would be like what? It's rand f range of 0.1 to 0.5. Unexpected 4 in class body. That needs to have a script inside, doesn't it? Should we put it in what? Ready? Try that. You gonna yell at me? Hey, I think we got it. No script? What do you mean? Where else could I put the code without a script? Code other than values must be in function blocks. Okay, so you can declare values outside of function blocks, but everything else needs to live inside of a function or a method. Right, because as we learned, a function is a runnable section of code, but a method is a function inside of an object. Is that right? Am I remembering that right? I'm scrolling up in chat to try and find it. Hold on. I need to know. Method equals function of an object. Good. Yes. I remember things. I'm learning, chat. You could have done it in the same place you were doing it before, but it will work this way too. Okay. Cubus, welcome back in. Good to see ya. Okay. Get children is a null value. Hold on. Let me try this again. Cannot call method get children on a null value. But you have a bunch of children. They're right here. Are you sure, Godot? $timers only works from the root node. You're in $timers already. Okay. Okay. So if we just do get children, that will be assumed. And it's freaking out because we're calling itself, right? Okay, cool. Also, I just realized we worked straight through an ad. I apologize. That's right? Okay, good. Non-existent function wait time. Is it set wait time? Let's see. Let's go to our documentation. Ah, equals. Okay. All right, let's try that. Hey, look at that. Look at what we've done. Look at our beautiful baby boy. Isn't it glorious? You want the base node's children, not a child's children. Okay, perfect. It's looking for a child timer's node. Right. Yeah, okay, got it. Rainbow puke. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Perfect. Love it. Oh, that feels good. That feels good. Oh, I'm making progress. Good. Good, good. Honestly, that was kind of the part that was going to be, I think, the most complicated part of this whole project. Don't we have our stretch stuff set? Oh, weird. Got reset. Okay, let's try that. Let's take a look at this in all of its rainbow glory. Yes! Look at it! Oh. Beautiful! Falling colored dots of joy. Now we can release. We're done. We did it. Right on time. Great. Awesome. Very, very, very cool. Oh, very cool. So obviously we're going to need to tune down the physics a bunch and obviously replace all those sprites because what the heck is going on with those sprites? So let's go to our project settings. Let's go to our gravity. 2D. We're going to, like, let's set it to 400. We're going to drastically knock it down. That is not doing what I need it to do. Gravity is not taking effect. What happens if I put you at 0 or 1? There we go. Okay, so it is working. Hey, there they all are. So our rigid body isn't quite, they're not colliding. That's okay. We should extend that collision shape up too. Okay. I'm glad you're all finding this as enjoyable as I am. So to what, like 20? I mean, 0 or 1 was obviously not it, but okay. So yeah, you want to kind of like jump in, start clicking on things. That feels about reasonable. We may need to even make it a little bit slower, a little bit faster. I don't know. I love this. This is so cool. But yeah, the big problem is they are not, they're not sticking within their little cup here. So I have to figure that out. And I do think it would be good to have different ones have a different weight so that they fall at different rates, just to kind of boost that physics sort of sense. Like the superpower one could be a little bit more heavy and the energized maybe a little bit lighter. Cool. Nephis Macaron, I think they have horizontal velocity because they're getting spawned up in the same place and then kind of getting pushed apart from each other. So I think it's just an extension of that. This is great, though. I want this as my screensaver. I could back up here. I'm happy. I'm done. Oh. A collision-shaped node does not have collision. It provides collision to parent physics bodies. Oh. Okay. It provides collision. It provides collision. I don't know what that difference means. Let's go to our documentation here. Collision shape. Okay. I don't really want all that. I just want 2D. Physics and movement? Well, that's not really what I'm looking for. Collision. Collision shapes 2D. There we go. 2 words. The 3 nodes that have collision are the bodies. Okay. Does not have collision. It provides collision to parent physics bodies. So if you're putting a collision shape to this, it has to be a body. If you're putting a collision on something that is not a body, it will not collide. Is that right? So I could rename, change this type to, what? Static? We don't want it rigid. Okay. So why can I do that then? Why can I add children nodes to, things that shouldn't be? Oops. Well, that did the trick. There we go. Looking good. It's looking really good. It's getting there. This is exciting. This is great. I'm really excited about this. So tomorrow, what we can do is start building the clicks and start playing around with the different symbols, gravities, and stuff. Yeah, this is great. This is really good. And we may need to dial back the amount that's getting spawned in. But I'm liking it so far. Areas also need shapes to detect interactions with other areas and bodies. Need shapes to detect interactions. Oh, okay. Interesting. Ah, Hungry, that's okay. That's okay. You do what you want to do, friend. You don't need to worry about any of that sort of stuff. Okay. There we go. That is our work on the Game Jam today. We made a lot of progress. We went from nothing all the way through our early design phases, whiteboarding out our constraints, and trying to figure out what are things that I can do and can't do, finding sample games, lightning demos that kind of have those attributes, coming up with different ideas, and then mapping it all out. We mapped out all of our flows. We mapped out all the different UI elements we're going to need. We made the UIs. I mean, these are not polished UIs, but they're wireframes to get us moving. And, I mean, look at this. Look at that. Hey, we built that. I mean, the big part. And we got all the way through here to building things with our delightful rainbow puke. That is so great. Can you use Scratch? Of course you can use Scratch. You can use pen and paper if you want. doesn't have to be, yeah, you can do whatever you want. The important thing is it's a game using these principles. I don't really care what it's built in. If you add a shape to any other node like sprite, it will warn you. Okay, interesting. I don't see a reason why you couldn't. Okay, all right. Huh. Yeah, there we go. So tomorrow, we're gonna build in the clicking. We're gonna build in the different physics. We may build in stats and have them start taking effect and stuff. Could be good times. So if we can get all that done, and then on that'll be Tuesday, and then Wednesday can be AI for the enemies and turns and relics. So we might need to do like some of those systems also on Tuesday. But this is seeming kind of reasonable. Like, I'm not gonna lie, building this in GameMaker, it would be a complete nightmare. Oh my goodness, it would be a disaster. But Godot makes it really easy to build this sort of a thing. It's kind of great. It's also nice that I have some personal tutors that are helping me through it. So thank you everyone for your support. We're gonna play a game now. We're gonna do a special game that people have been posting in the Discord and sharing. It is going to be someone whose happy birthday it is, by the way. Tiny Devil Games and Alex Nord, happy birthdays to both of you. And we're gonna play Tiny Devil Games, Tiny Devil Adventure. This is something I'm excited about. I think it's gonna be a good time. We're gonna do what we normally do here. We always end the stream with some sort of analysis and breakdown. Today, it is Tiny Devil Games. So, let's dive on in here, shall we? This is a prototype of the dungeon exploration element of Tiny Devil Adventure, and as such is relatively short. Please leave comments and feedback, as it really helps. So we have WASD to move and dance. Moving and dancing. By the way, subscribe to YouTube for more silly dancing from me. And space to dismiss text boxes. That's a very specific instruction. Demon, floor tile, and chest assets from the Fantastic Dungeon tile set too. Okay, very cool. Made in GameMaker. Let's check it out. Okay. WASD? Okay. What are my options? No options. Okay. Start new game. Oh, we have sound. Wasn't expecting that. Okay, we got our little guy in a dark hole. I'm assuming we're controlling this little green guy. It's the only thing I can see and that we're meant to explore. We can go up or down. I don't really know where to go. I'm going to just go up because I have an up bias. No, I'm going to go down. No, I'm not going to go down. Am I focused on it? Good. Okay. So I can go both ways. Boy, this is really dark. We have a ladder? Ladders are locked somehow. You need to find a key. So is this an adventure game? Is this a puzzle adventure game? Because, like, I'm down for that. I think fantasy aesthetics is something that is not explored enough in, like, point-and-click adventures, for example. Okay, so I'm getting this mental map in my head of what this space is. And I'm assuming now, yeah, this one screen, this room in GameMaker, is the entire thing. So I'm running around trying to find a key. Okay. So there's no scrolling. Oh. I thought I had explored this all now. Let's see. Music is nice and contemplative. It kind of fits the theme. Movement is a little slow, unless you're going to have some sort of like jump scares or something to avoid. Oh, you won't get past me without a fight. I don't intend to fight you, but I will defeat you. How are you going to fight and not defeat? How does that work? I'm pressing the correct direction in time with the... Wait, hold on. This is a Dance Dance Revolution RPG? This is amazing. What is this? Oh my gosh. This is amazing. And I love the banner in the background. Like the battle of the bands in high school. Holy cannoli. This is amazing. I'm a big fan of this. Okay, so the reason this is so funny to me, I think, is because victory screen. The reason this is so funny is because you're in such like a contemplative zoomed in really dark vision. You're kind of expecting things to start turning into a horror game, and it's like, let's dance, you know. It's just great. I love that. Oh my gosh, those were some sick moves, Tiny Devil. Why, thank you, Pink Blob. Of course you may pass now, but please have this addition to your music. Balearic Boss, Piano Shield. This is great. So now I want to play all the fights to get more tracks. That's awesome. Press 2 or A on the gamepad to cue it up while you dance. Okay, so you can manually switch which song it is. Sure. Dance horror game is a brand new genre. It breaks the enemy's shield, then reverts to your original attack. Wait. Whoa, hold on. Are the different songs different attacks? Thanks, I'll use it wisely. I also left another music part in a chest on the floor below. If you find it, feel free to keep it. I'm too scared to go down there because of the demon. Thanks, Pink Blob. You're the best. Okay. Oh, hey, Orange Blob. Do you know where I can find a ladder key? Orange Blob, my name is Donald. Like Ronald McDonald from McDonald's, obviously. Sorry, Donald. Do you know where I can find a ladder key? I have it. You'll never take it from me. I don't know what the swirling around him is. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. My mighty shield will stop you. People say they have never seen a shield. That's great. Okay, that kind of Donald. Whatever, Donald. Let's dance. This is how the next presidential debate should go down. Full dance off. I love this transition screen, too. This slide down could be a little bit snappier, but the UI looks pretty good. The health took me a little bit to notice it was health, and the feedback on when I'm doing good, great, or not, or anything, it's on the middle of the screen, which means I don't really get to see it very much because my eyes are completely on my track. I hit 2, and I don't know that anything changed. And once again, because I'm looking so intensely on the left, I have no idea if I am doing things correctly. I don't know how quick I'm taking down the enemy's health. I don't know which attack I'm using, if there's any visual feedback for that or not. Okay, looks like I broke through the shield somehow. I did see my guy do a flip out of the corner of my eye, and it looks like we've lost just a crazy amount of health. I don't know if I'm supposed to be subtracting health for every arrow that I get, or if... oh, is that what the notes popping out is? It's like the end of a sequence, and that's when the attack actually goes. It looks like I've just kind of lost this. I don't think there's a way necessarily for me to stop losing health. Like, I don't know that I can block, right? Okay, I beat him. It looked like my health was at nothing, but okay, great. Area Newell on YouTube, love how you described constraints. Thank you. I hope it's helpful. I hope it's helpful to someone. It was what works for me, right? Oh, I won the battle? I don't think you did. I would have seen a game over screen. Dance off was stolen. Oh, gosh. Nobody has ever seen a dance off as good as mine. Oh, no. We need to make dance great again. No. I did everything right, and now I have to give you my key. Yes, you do, Donald. Turn over the keys. You lost, Donald. Get over it. Wow. Okay. Cool. That was rad. Dungeon level 2. Honestly, I'm kind of having a great time with this, and I can see how this is a good thing to build in GameMaker. Really. You know, very simple movement. The arrows coming down is just kind of like a timer, essentially, because you just take it at the rate. That is something that would be able to be built really well. Balearic Boss, Piano Revive received. Press 3 or B on the gamepad to heal while dancing. So, this is my domain. You will never pass. I wish I could have way better feedback on which song I have selected, because I don't really know what it is that I'm doing. This game is cool. I agree, Hungry Mongry. It's way better than I thought it was going to be. I'm not going to lie. I think this is the sort of thing that could get polished up and be something really fun. We're a possessive one, aren't we? Why are you not cowering in my presence? Because I had one this morning? What do you mean? I had a shower this morning. I said cowering, you imbecile. And now we are on to the personal insults. Nice. I will do more than insult you. I bet you won't once you've seen these sick dance moves. Dance off. Oh, wait, hold on. So when I try and change my... Oh! Okay. So this is the healing song. And if I change... Okay. So the bar in the upper middle is my, like, filling up my attack meter, I think. Maybe? Maybe not. And am I exclusively healing right now? And can I out-heal his attacks? Success. I was healing the entire time. How did I succeed? Okay, so there's some rules about the game I don't understand. It could use some better UX design, and I don't totally understand, like, how I'm interacting with it. But I love the concept. Fair enough, they were some pretty sick moves. Why, thank you, scary demon from the asset pack. Have this key for the ladder as a reward. Pretty predictable, but thank you. There's nothing else further down in the dungeon. Well, it was only a 7-day jam. I don't know what to say. I adore this. I think this is freaking cool. It's way cooler than I thought it was going to be. Now that I'm kind of in the game and I'm going through the loop, I don't love the, like, looking through the maze part. I don't know what that's doing for me from a gameplay perspective. It just forces me to, like, walk around, and that's just kind of boring, especially with how slow it goes. Unless I'm supposed to be, like, dodging fights, but I kind of don't want to dodge fights because they're kind of delightful. I really want to go into fights. I love that they included the rhythm part. Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, I think that's my feedback. I think the maze part is a bit of a theme mismatch with the rest of the game. Unless there's just more to this that the developer didn't get to put in, which I would totally understand. So, you know, you'd have to, like, see the GDD to understand what they were trying to accomplish. And that's why GDDs are important, by the way, because when we judge things, I could say, no, this doesn't really work. But then if I read the GDD and say, oh, like, they planned on these things that we're going to integrate with the limited field of vision, and now that makes sense, you know, now we can judge appropriately. But yeah, that is Tiny Devil Adventure Prototype. Throw the link in chat because you all deserve to play that. That is very rad. Super duper fun. Holy cow, I love that. Genuinely, that was a good time. Well, with that being said, everyone, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. That's going to do it for me. For now, I got to go spend time with the family. It's been a long day on the stream, and I promised my wife that I would spend dedicated time with her this week so that I could have long streams this week. So with that being said, thank you so much, everyone. As a reminder, we are a charitable organization devoted to helping people develop the skill sets they need to enter the game industry. If that sounds like a good time to you, welcome home. We're all about building up our skill sets and becoming better developers. Developers, designers, artists, audio engineers, UX design, all those things. We're really trying hard to build all that. As a reminder, we have a game jam going on in case you have forgotten. We have a game jam going on you can sign up for right now. It's the very first day today. And it's a great time. We're going to be doing critique sessions on Wednesday and Saturday, where you can come in and get a critique just like what we went through here, but it'll be even more focused. Tomorrow we're going to talk a little bit more about how to receive and solicit good critiques, because it's a skill set that is really vital for every creative discipline. You have to be really good at giving critiques, and unfortunately, it's a skill that is very lacking. So we're going to talk a lot about that tomorrow. And we also have our link for signing up for the critique in the Discord. I will put it in here as well in the chat. You can sign up for there. if you want to sign up for the critique. Remember, you have to sign up for the critique if you want to be eligible for the most growth prize category. And with that, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. We're going to go ahead and raid out today, because why not? Why not? We're going to raid out. We're going to raid to... who do I have that's streaming right now? We're going to raid into Falonier. Falonier's been hanging out with us for a little bit. They do real big boy development. And they're just starting their stream. So let's start off their stream with a big, hefty hello, shall we? For the raid chant, you can do, I don't know, heyo. I always do heyo. With that, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out here with us today. Thank you, Cubis, Hungry Mungry, Jack, Arian Newell, Tom Millman, Titanium Trevron, Criminal Loden, Memphis Macaroon, Narvin, Kaliaz, so many people today. Everyone who I didn't get to, I apologize. I'm scrolling through chat and saying names. You're all fantastic. I appreciate you're inspiring to me. And that'll be it for today. We'll see you tomorrow. I hope we'll have another long stream. I can't promise when we're going to start, but it's going to be at some point. Literally guaranteed. Almost 7-hour stream. Nice. Yeah, we made so much progress. It was great. So with that, thank you so much, everyone. And we'll catch you next time.